Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Have any blue cards been received for closed session items?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session. Closed session, the board took action on a motion by trustee Verbeff and a second by trustee Emery, and a vote of 4-1 to issue a notice of non-reelection to probationary certificated employee identification number 324738, a certificated probationary 2 teaching position pursuant to Education Code Section 44921.21, subdivision B, effective at the end of the 24-25 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send the appropriate legal notices. Welcome, members of the public, board members, and staff. Thank you for attending. As noted in Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being video recorded and broadcast via a link on our website. The recording and broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. I'd like to remind audience members and speakers that it is not unusual for students and young children to be in attendance at our meetings or to watch the recorded broadcast. I invite you to model civility and decorum as we go about the business of the board this evening. While I cannot prohibit anyone from using unprofessional language, please think about the students and adults who are watching our proceedings. We invite you to show support for a speaker by waving your fingers rather than clapping or cheering. Our student board representative could not attend this evening. Therefore, I will start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Sayosi will lead us in a moment of meditation. I will read from our meeting norms. Trustee Verbeff will read from the district vision, and Ms. Garcia will take the roll. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pardon me? It doesn't go into effect until March 26th. Would you like to pass?
Yes.
Okay, you can do that. And then we'll proceed to the next.
I'd like to read from the district vision. Our community and its traditions are deeply connected to our schools. Parents and community members partner with teachers to provide unique educational opportunities for students. Students value the traditions that built our community. Local businesses, the lagoons, preserves, and beaches are an integral part of our identity.
Thank you, and I'll read from our meeting norms. Everyone participates, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Stay on topic, listen before responding, keep discussion moving forward, remain objective, adhere to time, one conversation, conduct ourselves with gracious professionalism.
We will now take roll. Trustee Sayosi?
Here.
Trustee Emery?
Here.
Trustee Verbeff?
Here.
Trustee Ward?
Here.
Trustee Rawlings?
Here. Thank you. We now move on to Part 4, approval of the agenda. Trustees, are there any questions? No questions. May I have a motion to approve Agenda Item 4.1, approval and/or reorganization of the March 12th, 2025 meeting agenda?
Motion.
Second?
There's a motion by Trustee Ward, second by Trustee Verbeff. Discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Sayosi?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to Part 5, communication. Part 1, 5.1, report from our student representative who is unable to make it today. So then we move on to Agenda Item 5.2, superintendent's report, and that will be Rick Schmidt.
Thank you, President Rawlings, and I just have a short statement I'd like to make, thanking all of you for your leadership and the extraordinary amount of work that you all have been doing over the last few months. In case you haven't counted, because there's been so many meetings, you've had 6 special meetings with more to come. You had a meeting last night where you worked on ways to lead, to support kids, parents, taxpayers, staff, and many in the public, and there's some here today and maybe some watching at home, who see what we do here, see what you do here. But a majority of your work is invisible to the public, and to dozens and dozens of hours between board meetings to prepare for board meetings, special board meetings, the communication with the public. It's extraordinary, and because I'm old and I've been doing this for a long time, I've worked in a lot of places, and I've been a parent. I am a parent. I'm a grandparent. I've been a public employee for 40-plus years, working in schools, and this is an amazing place, and I appreciated last night your candor. We talked about some difficult topics that were real, but it was all about how do we move forward to support this community. And it's not easy work, and I recognize that, and I appreciated that work last night. We've got more to do. And as I said to you last month, this is personal. It's personal for me. I didn't think it would be, but it is that. And I appreciate everything you're doing, and keep doing it. And I love your honesty and the way that you communicate, and I'm looking forward to a really good meeting tonight. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you. And we now move on to item 5.3, public comment on non-agenda items. This is the time that members of the public have the opportunity to address the board on any non-agendized items that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. How many blue cards have we received for non-agenda items?
We have a total of 5 blue cards.
Thank you. In order to allow speakers to present their comments and ensure we are able to properly attend to the business of the board, per Board Bylaw 9323, public comments will be limited to 20 minutes. This means each speaker will have 3 minutes. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. The first speaker is Jennifer Leo.
Hi, I'm Jen Leo, CUC PTA President. Good evening, school board members, interim superintendent, community members. Wanted to update you and let you know that Carlsbad schools were very well represented at the 9th District PTA Founders Day event on February 26, where they were celebrating outstanding achievements from across our district. Peter Manzi of Carlsbad High School was honored as a 24-25 San Diego County Teacher of the Year for his dedication to music education. Students from Aviara Oaks Middle and Elementary, Kelly Elementary, and Calavera Hills Elementary were recognized for their efforts in the PTA Reflections Art Contest. Several of our PTAs received district grants this year, including Calavera Hills Middle for student lunch clubs, Kelly Elementary for a garden project, and Sage Creek High for a family wellness series. Additionally, Hope and Magnolia Elementary PTAs were celebrated for exceeding their PTA membership goals. Now, they did forget that we also had Valley Middle, Calavera Hills Middle, and Jefferson also exceeding their membership goals. All of these recognitions highlight the dedication of our educators, our students, and our families, making Carlsbad schools exceptional. Beyond these honors at the Founders Day event, our schools are bustling with activity. Magnolia Elementary is hosting its biggest Science Day this Thursday, following a fantastic Read Across America event. Kelly Elementary is gearing up for its readathon on March 24th with a literacy night and a Science Day next month. Calavera Hills Elementary broke records with their jogathon, raising more than $50,000. They're also doing a Compassion Day this week. Aviara Oaks Elementary raised an incredible $97,000, and Principal Hines is going to get slimed. They also just had their spelling bee and their Science Days coming up. Sage Creek High is hosting its 4th parent wellness event on stress management with growing attendance from multiple schools. Hope Elementary has nearly reached its $30,000 sponsorship goal, which helps to ease the financial burdens for their families. Pack Rim Elementary just wrapped up a successful jogathon and is on track to surpass $100,000 in donations, while also preparing for their Willy Wonka Jr. school play with more than 70 student performers. Valley Middle School made a much-needed campus improvement, replacing shade umbrellas in the quad, and recently celebrated their honor roll students. And Jefferson Elementary just hit its $35,000 jogathon goal, an incredible achievement. Thank you for supporting all of our schools. They're doing great.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Pitts.
Good evening. I'm Laura Pitts, the CEO at Carlsbad Educational Foundation. Last month, I shared information regarding the quality of the program of Kids Care, highlighting ways our staff receive professional development, as well as our student-to-teacher ratio. And as a reminder, we are a 14-to-1 ratio for student-to-teacher in 1st through 5th grade and a 10-to-1 for our TK and Kinder program. Tonight, I wanted to address program access. So Kids Care and after-school enrichment programs are tuition-based, meaning that families will sign up for the program and they will pay for those out of pocket for services. Some families pay full price and others do not. We are fortunate to have the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant that I know that you are familiar with. For students that qualify for our ELOP program, they are able to attend Kids Care, after-school enrichment, and our summer programs at no charge. And again, these students qualify if they are low income, English language learners, foster youth, or homeless students. Students also we have 181 ELOP students, which is 18% of our total enrollment for Kids Care. We also work with third-party agencies like YMCA and CDA who pay for either a portion or all of the tuition for our Kids Care families. These families apply for this funding directly, and once approved, the CEF will then invoice the agency rather than the family. We have 28 third-party students, and that is 3% of our total enrollment. And finally, for families that are in need of financial assistance that don't qualify for those aforementioned options, they can apply directly through CEF. We utilize a rubric that we've adapted from CUSD's free and reduced lunch rubric for qualification. And we have 4 students on a CEF scholarship. I do want to note that everyone that applied for a CEF scholarship that met the requirement based on this rubric were awarded a scholarship. And we also offer a 10% sibling discount. And as of April 1st, we are changing the CUSD discount from 10% to 50%. CUSD staff was notified of that yesterday. So all to say, overall, we have 383 students that are on some kind of a discount, either free or reduced tuition, which is 39% of our total enrollment. So if there is additional information that you would be helpful to the board to know about either the quality of our program or access to the program, just email me and I'm happy to either respond to you or to share at an upcoming meeting. So lastly, I wanted to share that summer program enrollment is open. Elementary families received a brochure in their backpack. We are reaching capacity at some of our enrichment classes already, so families that are looking for a summer camp are encouraged to enroll today. That it will be hosted at Kelly Elementary. And CEF Academy will take place at Sage Creek. I don't think I told you last month what we were offering. We're going to be offering Spanish 1, 2, and 3, geometry and honors geometry. Those classes are in a hybrid format, and we are offering PE in a virtual format. Families in need of tuition assistance are able to apply on our website. Have a great night.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Julianne Lodge.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Carlsbad and parent of a child in CUSD. I'm also the parent of a child who received first-class special education services from CUSD. While I was a single parent and teacher in a neighboring district, I had complete peace of mind that the support and services he received in Carlsbad Unified were provided by caring, professional, and passionate professionals. I'm happy to report that he is now an electrical engineering student at Cal State San Marcos. He still struggles with communication and the challenges of autism, but he's making his way and he's using the tools that he learned at CUSD. I could not have done this alone, and the trajectory of his life would be very different if he had not had this help. As we witness the rapid dismantling of services for the most vulnerable people in society, especially the disabled, my thoughts turn to the families who will lose or see their services for their disabled children cut. Is Carlsbad Unified ready for the dismantling of the Department of Education? I'd specifically like to ask the trustees whose seats on the board were funded by the party that is dismantling the Department of Education, what their plan is to mitigate the damage. I would also like them to clarify their position regarding public education. Do you support keeping Carlsbad Unified School District intact, or would you prefer to see Carlsbad Unified dismantled, defunded, and replaced with taxpayer-funded charter and private schools? I ask because charter schools and private schools do not provide the same level or quality of support for students with disabilities. Please look for my emails with these questions. I'm looking forward to your responses. I believe that the parents of children with disabilities in the district deserve to know how you intend to represent them and help them as they face the loss of their services and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Bowden.
Good evening. I'm Sharon. I'm a district parent, and I'm also an employee of the district as a sub. I've got 2 kids on the spectrum, and each of them has benefited greatly from the special care they've received at CUSD. Their 504s, their IEPs, all the meetings that go into that. So much love, so much attention. It's just been a wonderful experience at CUSD. I'm not sure how other districts handle it, but CUSD is something other districts could look up to, and how they treat kids that are not fitting in a neurotypical box. So I'm on campus regularly, and I sit in a lot of the classrooms as a co-teacher sometimes with the directed studies teachers as well, and I see how much love and care they put into the programs and how the kids have a safe place when they come into those rooms. So it means a lot to me that we don't lose any of that for future generations, for the kids that are coming through. They're there to help our kids thrive, the kids that don't fit into the neurotypical boxes. So I'm asking you to please not cut anything should we receive some of those devastating cuts from the federal government that are meant just to, fund the millionaire tax cuts. We cannot take it away from special education. Disability only becomes a tragedy when a society refuses to care for its most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker is Hugh Gerhardt.
Hello, I'm Hugh Gerhardt, and I live next to Point City Park. I have 2 kids who graduated from Sage High School. I talked last meeting about Ralph Kripe and what a great job he did at Carlsbad. And he turned that into a pro baseball field. He never got paid. I kept telling him, I hear you make $1,500 a month. He said, I don't make a dime. I said, how did you do it? He said, horse trading, and you just keep rolling. And he put in all that time and never got a dime. That's a guy you should have looked at and said, how do we get this guy on? Because he would have taken it. And he was very bitter at the board. He was bitter at his support. And he puts on a good facade, but I've talked to him enough to know what's going on. And now that I've done it for 4 years, I know the exact same thing. You need to hire someone full-time, and you need to pull someone off that is already there and say, this is your job. I'd love to be on the interview committee. This is what we need. And if they don't do a nice job, if it looks like it's the wrong guy, we go to the next guy. It's not that hard. I mean, if I can do it and I knew nothing, and I still barely know a little bit, we can do it that way. You pull it from the staff. Every time I was there on Wednesday and Fridays for half a day, I got a crew of 1 guy who led the crew, and he had 6 guys underneath him. And there we are, I'm helping him out. We're doing weeding, we're doing the whole nonsense that you gotta do. You never saw him on Fridays. The guys, he had 6 guys, usually it was 2 or 3 after a while. And that guy, you never saw him after 6 months. I don't know if he was promoted, I don't know if he found another job, I don't know what happened, but that is pretty typical. Some of the problems that involve there is water. They never let us water. It's a control of a water guy. And we've tried that for how many years that Sage Creek's been there. I keep talking to the baseball coach, and he's a great guy, but he's part-time, so of course he caves in to everything that's thrown at him. That's what they all do. They all cave in because they're part-time coaches. Even the ADs, I see them doing it. Even I did it at Palomar as an AD. You always give in to the maintenance guys because you want to treat them right. You hope it'll turn out. And many times it doesn't. They slow walk everything on purpose. On purpose. Just to get a plug. Ask the old AD at Sage Creek. She couldn't get her plug and she couldn't get a piece of equipment removed from the gym. Took us a year and a half to get a plug in our dugout. That's pretty standard fare. They slow walk it, so after a while, we just go the hell with it, and we'll do it. It needs to stop, and I think we can do it if we work together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Our next section is Part 7, Information Discussion Action Items. 7.1, Superintendent Search. Oh, I'm sorry. Scratch that. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to Part 6. My apologies. We're at the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless there is a board request for one or more specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any items to be pulled for discussion? No items. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion.
Second for Bev.
The second, I'm sorry. The motion was made by Trustee Ward, second by Trustee Verbeff. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Part 7, Information Discussion Action Items. 7.1, Superintendent Search, Receive, Discuss Leadership Profile Report. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Megan Arias.
Thank you. On February 11th, a special study session was held with Education Support Services to discuss the superintendent search timelines, determine processes for community engagement, and establish additional board meeting dates. A number of stakeholder meetings have since been conducted by Education Support Services to enlist the input from members of the CUSD community. In addition, an online survey was also widely distributed. The input has been analyzed and consolidated by the search consultants to share with the board. I would now like to introduce Education Support Services to present and discuss their findings and a leadership profile to accept for publication. Thank you.
You guys hear me? There we go. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Schmidt, members of the cabinet. Thank you for having us tonight, and congratulations on a great workshop yesterday. We saw your agenda and you're exhausted, but a tired, productive, exhausted. I'll just call it homework for the search. How about that? It's homework for the search. We're really excited, though, with all the work that you're putting in, but really, most importantly, grateful to you. This is a lot of extra that you probably weren't thinking about when you ran for the board, right? So we are happy to be here tonight and to be invited to present briefly the summary of findings from the Leadership Profile Report. You received a copy of the report. It was published on your agenda on, I believe, Friday, so you all have that in advance. And we're just going to give very quick highlights. So Dr. Nye, if you could just go forward just really quickly. So tonight, our presentation to you is just going to be to give you an overview of the purpose of the partner engagement, of the education partner engagement. We're going to tell you a little bit more about the participant involvement beyond what you see in your report, the data collection process that was used, and finally, what we heard and learned. So first and foremost, this is important because we know your stakeholders, your education partners committed a lot of time. You've committed a lot of time to us as well, trustees. We were able to talk to all of you, but many people in this room. And so what? What do we do with this information? So first and foremost, what we want to share is this is a vital piece of information that will help candidates that are watching tonight, prospective candidates potentially, and trustees understand the needs and challenges from a variety of perspectives. It also is a way to incorporate the various educational partner input that we got into recruitment and hiring protocols. We'll be using some of this data to develop your interview questions and also when you're deliberating around the candidates. It also is a great tool for data and insight that will guide the governing board in the selection, as I mentioned, in your final selection, but also then it's a roadmap so that newly hired superintendent understands some of the essential actions that the board may want this candidate to be working on. So we feel that the information is valuable and we appreciate the time that we had to gather it. we spent a lot of time here in your building and out in one of your schools for the community engagement, and we loved it. We were so tired, but we loved it, and we are so grateful to Ms. Garcia for taking good care of us and getting us lunch. So just a little bit about, to make sure that we didn't fall over. So just really quickly by the numbers, and then Bev and Vicki are going to get into the data a little bit more in depth. But by the numbers, the participant involvement was really high here. We're proud of these numbers. I know sometimes it can be discouraging. Oh, but we have 8,000 families and we only got X amount of surveys. People are busy. And the further away that parents get, and your parents in here, from the child's classroom, what's most important is the child's teacher or their instructional assistant or their principal, and it gets higher, further away. So people are busy. We're just so appreciative of the folks that did participate and fill out. These are great numbers. 726 completed the online survey, and then 175 people were either met with in person in focus groups with small, larger groups. I think the largest focus group had 30-some in it, one-on-one interviews. So we did some one-on-one Zooms and phone calls with individuals, and then we had a community forum. But here's what's important to know about these numbers. It was a good cross-section of employees, parents, students, and Carlsbad constituents that provided input to help inform these findings. While this report, it's not a scientific sampling, it does represent a qualitative analysis of the stories, the experiences, the patterns, and the attitudes of your internal and external stakeholders. And again, people were excited about the involvement, but more importantly, people were really positive, they were appreciative, they were open, they shared honestly, they were comfortable. We were very careful to say, we're not putting your name by anything, and we were grateful for that. And also, people were really hopeful. So with that, now I'm going to turn it over to Bev, who's going to talk about some highlights about what we heard during our focus groups and interviews.
Thank you, Dr. Lovely. I feel like I need to come up and do this because we are so excited about all the wonderful things that are being shared this evening, and I get to share the wonderful information that we received from the engagement groups. So we asked the guiding questions around what were the strengths, the challenges, and the needs of the districts, as well as the qualities and characteristics. But let's begin with the strengths. Carlsbad is very distinctive, as you know, but I'd like to reiterate that. It's held in high regard, it is steeped with rich traditions, and it enjoys a hometown feel. And there were two overarching themes that emerged, as you can see there, but I'm going to fill those out for you. The exceptional level of engagement and support goes beyond what we were able to just put on words. The strong support from the parents, the site PTAs, the exceptional foundation, the partnership with Miracosta Community College that continues to grow, the courses that are offered or extended to the students, and the strong, supportive, and respectful relationships with your city of Carlsbad, the local businesses, the community groups, and the staff. We could do a sidebar just talking to the staff, but that's another meeting, and I know you've had a long day, but it was exceptional. Partners go above and beyond to ensure that students have the numerous opportunities, and overall, Carlsbad is a caring and dedicated community. The second theme that emerged, yes, I told you I could just come and do this, absolutely. The second theme that emerged is this kind, committed, and responsive staff. Carlsbad is a happy place to work and a happy place to be. It's a sense of family that exists among the teachers and support staff and principals, and here at the central office, authentic collaboration within and between the departments, all working to serve the schools, the students, and the families. In addition, Carlsbad holds a rare status as it created the birthplace of Kids for Peace and Great Kindness Challenge. Kindness matters in Carlsbad. It's not just a slogan. These are actions of the core identity. Now we move to the next area where we were looking at the engagement from respondents around the district challenges and needs. The overarching themes were the three that you see there. I'm going to fill those out for you just a little bit. The first was building cohesion or fostering unity within the school board. The participants conveyed a strong desire for increased unity and collaboration within the school board, particularly in light of these times. There was a strong sense that any divisiveness or conflicts could erode trust amongst the trustees. And to facilitate effective decisions and to discover common ground, the board must foster and achieve a cohesive environment, suggesting that the new superintendent's success will depend on the team putting aside differences. And I know you had, as Superintendent Smith said, you were working last night. One stakeholder had an interesting quote that I'd like to share with you that's in your report. It said that Carlsbad's superintendent, the new one, would be able to use a periscope to see around corners, possess the political acumen to handle contentious issues. Well, we were talking about a unicorn. That might be what he might be alluding to. Let's look at the next area of challenge or need, and that would be navigating the fiscal uncertainty and facility needs. There is clear acknowledgement of the recent shifts in the district's financial landscape, changes in projected revenue, uncertainties around federal funding, transition to basic aid, the measure HH funds, trying to stretch those dollars to continue to with the projects that need to be addressed, particularly here at the central office. There were some concerns expressed around the physical environment and safety and working conditions. Third and last, under the challenges and needs that were addressed, was bridging the learning gaps. While the district offers a wealth of programs and resources and enjoys a very high reputation of being a high-performing district, learning gaps still exist among specific student groups. With its strong reputation, it could be overlooked, and challenges may be faced by those who are struggling academically and feel disconnected with their schools. But along with continued innovations and a more standardized approach, key areas may be able to close these gaps and promote educational success across all students. Third, the desired qualities and characteristics of the incoming superintendent. Right there before you, education partners seek a superintendent who fosters collaboration, values teamwork, is a stabilizing force, and effectively works alongside the governing board with challenging issues, building trust, and nurturing relationships. We also, from the engagement sessions, we laughed a lot. I wanted to share that. I mean, if you can laugh through this, that's healthy. And so they're looking for someone who can bring a sense of humor and energy to the position and represent the district in that way. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Vicki, who will share the survey results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hempstead. So Ms. Hempstead summarized the themes and trends that were found in the focus groups and individual interviews and the community forum. I'm going to summarize the findings from the online survey. And if you have the leadership profile report in front of you, you can follow along. It's Exhibit A, starting page 4. And you'll notice on the leadership profile report that there's a lot more detail. I'm really going to summarize basically the top 3. So the first question, and we already discussed this, Dr. Lovely mentioned, this tells you that the categories that the respondents fall into, and we did have 726 responses. That is a solid response for a district of this size. And of that, the majority of those respondents were parents or guardians at 52.4%, and that's followed by certificated staff at 25.8%, and then classified staff at 11%. Next, we asked what the expertise and experiences that respondents were looking for in their next superintendent. We asked respondents to weigh the importance of 8 categories as critically important, mildly important, or unimportant. And what rose to the top, I don't think will surprise anyone, it was teaching and learning, rose to the top at 89%. A very close second was understands school and community culture at 82%. And then 70% believe that it's critically important to be a good fiscal steward of district finances. Okay. And then next we asked respondents to rate the leadership skills. And this was a forced ranking of the top 5 out of 10 choices. So they had 10 choices. These were the ones that rose to the top. And number 1, with a pretty high percentage, 75.5, was creates an atmosphere of trust. And number 2, with only, well, not only, but it is a lot less, 62.3% was knowledge of teaching and learning. And in number 3, can effectively navigate political and or controversial issues. That was 59.5%. And these findings really align with what we heard in the focus groups, in-person interviews, and community forum. Next. Then we asked about personal attributes. The survey asked about personal attributes. We asked respondents to do a forced ranking of 5 out of 11 attributes that are the most essential in our next superintendent, in your next superintendent. Number 1, by a very high percentage, is honest and ethical at 88.2%, and that also corroborates what we found in the previous slide, but also in the focus groups. One of the items was can build trust, so it's very similar. And then number 2 was 67% approachable and personable. We heard that a lot in our focus groups, and then it's also reflected here. And then 63% said problem solver. And then the last part of the last slide is table 4 on page 5 of your leadership profile report. And the survey asked respondents to look at the different general conditions in Carlsbad School District and either rate them from strongly agree to don't know. And we looked at the top 3 that said strongly agree and agree. So we combined those 2 percentages, and what came to the top, and these are almost all the same percentage. They're so close, and it says a lot about your district. The first one, 91.4%, students receive a high-quality education that prepares them for life. That was reflected in the focus groups too. And school safety is a high priority, almost the same percentage. And the third is that students feel valued and connected to their schools. And I think that's just something to be really, really proud of. So I'd like to turn it, we'd like to turn it over to the board now for questions and discussion.
Thank you. We actually do have public comments first, but if you have anything else to wrap it up? Okay. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Okay, we don't have any blue cards. Now you could come up and, I just have to ask that question first. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Verbeff.
So first of all, thank you for all this wonderful data that you've provided to us and all the time and effort that you've put into our community and trying to help us find our next captain of our ship. Appreciate it. You've done a great job. I did have a chance to talk with Beverly on the phone because I had some statistics questions, and she and I both had a great discussion about this already. And so I just wanted to know, I've never done this before, just full transparency, so I'm just asking, is there any way that we can pair out some of this data? And the reason is because when I look at the chart in Exhibit A, we see those top 3 categories. We see parents and guardians, 52.4% responded, certificated staff, 25.8%, and classified, 11%. So as you mentioned, Dr. Lovely, that, we have the 10,800 students, so, we don't expect all the parents to respond. But if you break this down,
in my mind, I see about 2% of parents and guardians have responded, right? If I look at certificated staff, that's more like 32%, right? So is there a way, I think it's valuable if we could break this out where we could see what the priorities were for the various groups, because that not only gives the board information about what those priorities are for those groups, but it also gives our candidates an idea of what matters most to the different groups. And so I didn't know if there was a way that you could pair that out and see what those priorities are for those groups, because I think it's valuable information.
It's a great question, and Dr. Nye's a good statistician. We know how this data works. This was a qualitative data analysis. It was not quantitative. So there's two parts to that. We can talk about if it's possible or not, but I think first and foremost, this is a qualitative data analysis. Qualitative is done by interviews, surveys, and such, and those of you that have done a lot of research, you know that. So it's, descriptive, it relates to language, it focuses on exploring depth in non-numerical information. A quantitative data analysis, which I know Dr. Nye does a lot of when he's looking at reading scores, tells us how much, how many, and a weighted mean provides a more accurate representation, like you're asking, Trustee Verbeth, of where different values have been placed. The difficulty with doing that is people did not self-select. So when you actually do a quantitative analysis, you have to have an N. You don't, you can't let people self-select. An X amount of teachers participate, an X amount of parents, an X amount of whatever. So the survey wasn't set up to take, to look at the data that way by weighted averages. So I did talk to our person that did the survey for us, and she said it would take hours of extra time because she'd have to take all 726 respondents and try to find where their responses were. We could do it. It will probably be an additional cost just, for her time to do it. But it's a great question, and it's something to think about for us future-wise, because if school boards do want more quantitative data analysis, then we could set up that a particular way. But it's a great question. We love the data. I did a qualitative study for my dissertation specifically so I didn't have to do weighted averages. Sorry, Dr. Nye.
Other questions? No other questions? Okay. May I have a motion to accept the Leadership Profile Report, Exhibit A, produced by the Education Support Services Group as part of the superintendent search process?
Motion.
Second. Moved by Trustee Ward, second by Trustee Sayosi. Discussion. Any discussion? I just want to say thank you. I went through all the information. I think you guys did a great job in a short amount of time, and I think we did get a lot of valuable information. And so I appreciate the work, and I look forward to continue our work together.
We appreciate it. We'll see the board again on April 2nd. You'll get some materials beforehand, but we really appreciate your participants too. Your community cares so much. You care so much, and they care as well. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, great. We need to, Ms. Garcia, call for a vote.
Trustee Cioce?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeth?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now we move on to item 7.2, Measure HH Bond Program Monthly Update. Trustees, this is an information discussion item. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Susan O'Connell.
Thank you, President Rawlings. And in order to present to you tonight our Measure HH Bond Program Update, I'd like to introduce Jessica Kimbrough, Director, Facilities Planning and Construction Management. Your turn.
Good evening, President Rawlings, Board, and Superintendent Schmidt. Thanks. And clear room, that's for sure. I just wanted to give you guys a brief update for what we've got going on right now. We're going to touch on all of the current campuses that we're actively working on and the ones that we're planning on. So BV, Aviara Oaks Elementary and Middle. We'll touch on Pacific Rim, and then we'll discuss the Valley HVAC project. So Buena Vista is a project that's been in development for quite some time now. There was a lot of outside agency impacts that were being caused by the plans that we had, that being the city of Carlsbad and some other agencies locally. So we really took our time to refine that scope of work. And we're really working on the campus holistically. We're going to be providing some new security systems, access control, mechanical controls, fire alarm, to get everything to the district standard of products that we've been using district-wide so far. We'll be doing an interior refresh, mostly paint, flooring, and some countertops and window coverings. Not too long ago, probably 10, 15 years ago, there was a modernization on the interior of campus. So we'll look at some of the pictures of what it looks like right now, and that's kind of why we're paring it back. The biggest need really there at Buena Vista is exterior paint, new air conditioning units. We would be providing a new STEAM lab to bring that parity to the campus. And then looking at the overall administration facilities as well as the teacher support spaces. So that's what we're really focusing on there. Right now we're at construction documents. So we're getting ready to submit those to the Division of State Architects, which is where we get plan approval. All the while, we're going to be starting to bid this project. And then we'll just kind of talk about in just a moment what the plan would be moving forward. So we're looking at a multi-phased approach to this project. Just for orientation, in the center of the blue box at the top of the U is the administration building. And so what we'll be doing, if we look at the campus from a north side and south side, it's a multi-tiered campus. So on the upper tier, we would be building what we call interim housing, and that gives us an opportunity to rent some modular units and use them as what we call swing space. So as we work in a building, we're able to displace students up there and kind of rotate through the campus to really lessen the impact of construction there. So that's our goal this summer, is to get that in place while we go through plan approval through the Division of State Architect, so we can start in phase 2. So that's updating all of the existing buildings one by one. So strategically working with the site administration to see what order we should go in. Once we complete phase 1 and 2, we would then be building in the STEAM lab, as well as a new lounge and some staff restrooms that would be there in the green area. To kind of look at the scope of work, we wanted to do some compare and contrast photos. So on the upper left-hand corner, you see the existing campus. Entry point, the placement of the fencing just kind of makes it a little bit crowded. So what we're trying to do is peel some of that back while still providing a safe single point of entry into campus, having visitors check in, and then go about through campus. But it kind of really just gives it a whole new face, right? We kind of brought in the beach bungalow look, as it's kind of prevalent in that BV area, and really looking at the bright, new refreshed colors. These two photos are extremely close because, like I said, not too long ago, in the upper left-hand corner is the existing condition where you can see that there's new casework in the classroom, there's new lighting in the classroom. It really looks fresh, but what would really make it even fresher is some new flooring, a coat of paint, and just some touches here and there. So that would be what it would look like in the existing buildings. And then, any questions about maybe? Okay.
Actually, we do questions at the end, so, actually, no, we do questions at the end, if that's okay, because we do public comment before questions. Thank you.
So Aviara Oaks Elementary School, well, right now we're really focused on the site work. We've done all the classroom buildings. We have our new building 800. We have our building new 900. So really, it's all of the site work. So we've worked with Principal Hines and did a multi-phased approach again here also, because we're on blacktop in the field is really the area that we're working on right now. So if you see what's highlighted in blue is where we're disturbing the earth, getting everything ready for the playgrounds, the blacktop, and the field. And then shortly after that, we will be transitioning, flip-flopping the field. So we will give access to the site in what is now green, which is the blacktop area, while we continue to work in the field. The multi-phase really allows us to accomplish everything with working with the site and meeting their needs. So right now, phase one looks like it'll be wrapping up sometime in May. We're having impacts of the weather, obviously. And then we'll be able to continue on over summer to complete this work at that time. To give you an aerial view of what this looked like, this was February 5th. And you can just barely see the outline of the fence and how the students are focused on that blacktop area. And we go just about 2 weeks later, and you can see all the asphalt is demoed, and they're starting to regrade and set the grades and go from there. At Aviar Oaks Middle School, we're really right now smack dab in the plan approval phase through the Division of State Architect. We really anticipate getting this in the coming weeks. So what is that going to allow us to do? It's going to allow us to build the two-story building that is highlighted in where the purple area is. This was previously the location of the building 1300 that you see here, the relocatables. And over Christmas break, we demolished them. In planning for this plan approval, our biggest and best time to transition from construction and those noisier activities are over breaks. So we took that opportunity over Christmas break to vacate these, demo them, and now we're just waiting for plan approval. So this is the middle of demolition, and this is the end. So we are anxiously waiting approval. We did not have to go to the city of Carlsbad for the stormwater and grading portion of this, so it really is just in the hands of DSA at this point. If we look at Pacific Rim modernization, on the agenda tonight was an item for the board to approve the preliminary guaranteed maximum price to Bernard, so we can be able to start that work. So we're right now in Division of State Architect in the City of Carlsbad plan review. This does require stormwater and grading permit. We've received one round of comments from the city. We're currently responding to those and anticipating resubmitting that at the end of or beginning of next week, and then awaiting Division of State Architecture approval. Valley Middle School modernization, this is really about the mechanical units. I think for those trustees that have been on the board for quite some time, we opened a brand new, beautiful administration building. The mechanical unit died a week before school started. So we have been able to replace that, but we found the same issue with a majority of the units that the school had. At the time, we really needed to focus on the modernization of the buildings proper, which we have, and knew that we would come back and address the mechanical units at the existing site. So we have done that. We have the consultant. We're actively right now on what we call on the streets. The project is out on the street for bidding. We have our first drop walk on the 20th, and we anticipate awarding that for summer work in April. So we'll be getting back on track. So the scope of work really is a select units on the buildings that you see here, as well as some exhaust units, or exhaust fans. Any questions?
Thank you for that. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have one blue card.
Thank you. Our speaker is Nikki Redden.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Nikki Redden. I am a very proud MTSS teacher at Jefferson Elementary. I am a parent at Buena Vista. And as I always get the opportunity when I get up on the microphone, I am a CUSD alumni, a BV Dolphin as well. And my family's been here since the 50s, so generations, which has been just a lovely experience. Tonight is a celebratory moment. I think Buena Vista is finally moving forward with construction. After years of planning, we have another round of conceptual designs and a new timeline. This is exciting progress for our students and our staff and our community. At the same time, we can't ignore the frustration that comes with the time that has passed. Anytime that BV is on the agenda for our HH bond, I really find it as an opportunity to get up here and voice this frustration. Families have been waiting and asking when we'll break ground. As the costs rise, we know that dollars won't go as far as they could have. While we are grateful to see this movement, we must continue pushing to ensure that all schools in Carlsbad have equitable facilities. A heartfelt thank you to our BV PTA board, our current board, and our members, as well as our principal, Margie Giordani, who is keeping our community informed and engaged. So let's celebrate this step forward and keep advocating for urgency and action. BV Dolphins deserve this. I'll go off script here. I am not very knowledgeable about where the bond money, I just asked a friend about, with BV being one of the oldest schools in the district, do we get more money to update those facilities versus schools that have been built much more newer? And I would be, even just going through the report or seeing the report, I know that I speak for many parents, and I live in that community, of what that looks like what things we are getting as a school versus maybe others. And so I don't know where to go with that. I just want to put that out into this wonderful space of what does that look like? And I speak here tonight not only for myself, but families of the chatter in the parking lot or the text messages is when are we breaking ground? What's happening? So I just want to be a voice for that community. I thank you all for your work that you do, but it would be a missed opportunity if I didn't say that on the microphone tonight. So a small but mighty school, and I would say one of the oldest here in Carlsbad. So what does that look like when we have money that's being spent, but it's been a while that other schools have been in a different bracket of those financial situations. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Verbeff.
Thank you for the work you're doing, and I'm glad that we are moving forward and helping support this community, and particularly Buena Vista. I've been on the campus and walked it with the principal. Can you tell me about access points for the phase one, when those portables are put in up there, and then we begin phase two on some of the classrooms? I'm assuming classrooms are going to shift to the area that's designated as phase one, correct? So how will the families be accessing the campus? Because it's up a hill, you come in and you got to go up a hill. There's a gate or there's a fence that's along the road there. I don't know, Las Flores Drive. So will there be an access, or do they have to come through the front? Or how are we going to make that work for everybody?
One moment as we pull that back up. Essentially, a lot of the phasing that we get into, we work with the principal to see how we best accomplish that. The single point of entry would still hold true to the camp through going through the office, just like every other campuses. If Dr. Knight can pull So the idea would be, in talking with the principal, to relocate the preschool program up top and having that isolated up there as we work through campus. So right now in the green area is a long row of existing portables, and that would really be the true interim housing, as there's about 8 classrooms in each of the long skinny buildings in the blue section. So we would move those in since they would now be vacated. The preschool does have a large population at this campus, both in the building from second to the right, as well as in the portable. So really providing the interim housing to fit the need of that. And yes, the access would be as it currently is. They would come through the office as well as going in and utilizing that ramp to get up to the top there. But really, the rest of that is working with the school administration to really adjust the fence lines, hone in on how much space that they need to provide access throughout the whole campus.
Other questions? Trustee Emery?
I have a couple. I'll start with, one of the things I noticed in the rendering on the slide 9, and when I walk through the classroom and see the current very high ceilings, which are lovely, but have cords hanging from everywhere. And in the proposed modernization, it has the drop ceilings. Is that something that's included? I know you talked about carpet and things like that. Are you planning on putting the drop ceilings like we see here, or am I seeing that differently as just a different?
It's just a
ceiling
different
structure?
angle in which it's being presented. We did propose putting in drop ceilings at one point in time, but really those beams really add character to the classroom. And it was one of the things that we could work through with the staff. The strings are really structural supports for the lights, and that's what they're intended for. There shouldn't be really any other strings hanging from the area.
Do you have a follow-up, or is there another?
Yeah, no, follow-up. Just, I'm more talking about like from the old projectors and things that have been
Oh,
removed
those would
and
be
all the
removed.
cords and
Yeah.
cables.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll clean all of that up while we
Okay.
go through it. Yeah,
Wonderful.
those
Thank
cords and
you.
cables. Yeah.
Other questions? Trustee Wood?
Yeah. Thank you for that presentation and for sharing all the updates. For Buena Vista, you mentioned that there were some previous renovations, and so the renovations that we're making aren't as substantial, but can you share with me when that was?
I believe it was in 2013, 14.
Okay. And is that the newest relative to other school sites, or?
It really, at the time, appeared to be more of an interior refresh, as there's a substantial amount of exterior work that we see visible to this today.
Okay.
But a lot of the finishes are a lot newer.
Relative to other school campuses?
To essentially the campuses that we have just come off of.
Oh, okay.
Right, like Jefferson,
Mhm.
it kind of is in alignment with that era.
Okay.
Okay, there are other questions? Trustee Rebecca?
Okay, moving down to AOE. Aviera Oaks Elementary, for those in the room. Okay, so a lot of focus here today, this evening, thank you for it, the update, is on exterior. I do have a question on an interior issue that when I was there recently, there's a shared space that's a staff lunch area that is also, and there are, let's say, 3/4 walls that go up that are shared with people who are helping with special ed. There's noise that's coming through with children that are on the other side, that they can hear conversations that are going on in that lunch area. And I'm just wondering if we could, if has any attention been paid to this area? Has anybody spoken to you about this at all? No.
They have not, but I can definitely look into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's noise that's affecting some of our kids with special needs, that are auditory issues, and it just
Trustee
seems like
Rebecca,
we.
technically, this isn't on the agenda,
I
because
know.
it's actually, we're talking about from 5/1/2025 to 7/2024, so it would be something that you could follow up at another time, but technically, that is not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Sorry, I have one more about the Buena Vista. When you're moving those up to the temporary and you're taking out some of the classrooms that are now being used as for the preschool and facilitating the STEAM lab there, is the preschool now going to be permanently housed in those upper ones after this?
Yeah, as we continue to work through the modernization, because the program and campus are, they fluctuate from year to year, we will not take away any classrooms that we don't need to. So at this point in time, it's an interim condition, mostly to get us through the construction at this point in time. I can't speak to if they're going to be up there for the longevity. It's really at the administration level.
Are there other questions, or did you have a follow-up? Trustee Emery? Okay. Are there other questions? I did have one. I wanted to follow up on what the speaker had talked about, and I don't know if you have it in front of you or not, but do you know what is allocated for the Buena Vista upgrade for this project?
I don't have it From the original master plan? In the original master,
For this approved project, for
this
these, for
approved
phase
pro-
1, 2, and 3.
for this approved project, it is roughly $15 million. I know in the initial, like, 2018 master plan, it was about $7 or $8 million, if I recall. So because of escalation and time since then, it's kind of where this project currently is at.
Thank you. Other questions? No questions? Okay. And since this is an information item, is there any discussion? No discussion? Thank you so much. And thank you for your wonderful presentation. And thank you. Now we move on to 7.3, approval proposal to school extended day kindergarten. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you, President Rawlings, trustees, and Superintendent Schmidt. If you just give me one moment, I'm just going to recast here for 1 second. Okay, thank you. I'm joined tonight by our fantastic Director of Elementary Education, Kim Fuentes, who's going to do the bulk of the heavy lifting and presentation. I want to thank her for just all the work that she's poured into the presentation. She sent out and worked on the survey with our excellent elementary TOSA, as well as many other stakeholders. So I want to thank her for her continued work in this area. She's doing an amazing job. So really quickly, a historical, little bit of a timeline and background. At the January board meeting, you all recall that the instructional services team was asked to develop a 2-school extended day kindergarten pilot proposal. Since that meeting, we have worked to collaborate with both the community and the staff to better understand the needs and priorities of a strong kindergarten program. With input from our kindergarten teacher leaders, surveys went out to families and staff. Concurrently, our elementary TOSA, Ms. Kimberly Guillen, and kindergarten teachers reached out to other districts currently implementing full-day programs, collecting daily schedules, and other information relevant to our pilot development. Additionally, we collaborated with personnel and business services to assess enrollment projections and site capacity. Finally, pending the board's decision this evening, we outline the next steps for the development of an extended day pilot so that we may be intentional, collaborative, thorough, albeit timely in the communication and rollout for the 25-26 school year. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Director Fuentes, who's going to walk us through the slide deck.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight some key insights from our surveys, as this information was a driving force in selecting our schools for the pilot. Overall, we received a strong response from both families and staff, with the family survey also being made available in Spanish. For clarity, responses of strongly support and somewhat support were grouped as favorable. These are shown in blue and red on the graph, and responses of strongly opposed and somewhat opposed were considered not in favor and represented in purple and green. As you can see, the levels of favorability and opposition are quite similar between the family and staff responses. We surveyed families with incoming kindergartners, so specifically our current preschool families and TK families, and we also extended the survey to families with current kindergartners and first grade students, as they have the firsthand experience with the current half-day kindergarten model and could provide insights into its benefits and challenges. Our survey had a fairly representative response from each school site based on enrollment, and you could see each site's favorability in the first box. Some schools have an asterisk next to their name indicating that when we disaggregated responses by incoming families versus those with current or past kindergartners, favorability for an extended day model increased significantly among incoming families. And then to better understand our regional preferences, we also grouped responses by the TK feeder schools. According to parents, the top priorities for a kindergarten program included a greater balance of play-based learning, more opportunities for social emotional learning, and additional core academic instruction. Overall, 64% of families expressed support for an extended day kindergarten program. However, concerns were raised about higher student-to-teacher ratios and whether a longer school day might be overwhelming for young students. We also wanted to build on last year's staff survey by expanding beyond TK, K, and first grade teachers to include other educators who teach and support students in early childhood education. Favorability varied by site and role, with kindergarten teachers showing the most hesitation toward an extended day model, where 5 were in favor, 12 opposed, and 3 of neutral opinion. Among school sites, both parents and staff at Calavera, Hope, and Jefferson matched in high favorability for an extended day kindergarten program, while Aviara Oaks and Pacific Rim had the highest level of opposition. Our special education team, inclusive of education specialists, SDC teachers, psychologists, and speech and language pathologists, expressed the strongest support for a full-day model among the various roles, citing benefits including more flexibility to schedule and provide services, increased time for goal work and observation, and greater access to typical peers for modeling and interaction. Overall, the staff survey highlighted the same priorities as the parent survey. However, staff ranked expanded academic instruction as a top priority. And similar to parents, staff also shared concerns about the larger student-to-teacher ratios, emphasizing that smaller class sizes are critical for effective learning and behavior management. The determination of Jefferson and Hope as pilot schools was based on a combination of the survey data, site capacity, and demographics that represent Carlsbad Unified. Both schools had high favorability with both staff and parents. At Jefferson Elementary, 13% of students are multilingual learners, making increased instructional time highly beneficial for language acquisition. 55% of students come from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds, where additional learning time and structured support can help bridge achievement gaps. The school's Title I designation and IB program align with the goals of an extended day kindergarten model, providing more time for enriched and inquiry-based learning experiences. And as the district's largest elementary, Hope has the capacity to have 5 kindergarten classes, providing a substantial sampling for pilot data. Contrary to Jefferson Elementary, with only 3% of students classified as multilingual learners and 23% socioeconomically disadvantaged, the school presents an opportunity to assess the program's effectiveness with a different demographic. Additionally, the principal's experience with full-day kindergarten from his previous district ensures strong leadership and informed implementation of a pilot. Chronic absentee percentages were noted in that they vary at the different schools, with Jefferson among the highest percentage and Hope among the lowest. Looking specifically at Jefferson, 18% of kindergarten absences were unexcused or unverified, and the rest were due to illness, which is typical in kindergarten. Our kindergarten teachers are so masterful at maximizing instruction within the current half-day model, so these absences are rather impactful during these formative years. Research shows that chronic absenteeism in pre-K and kindergarten specifically increase the likelihood of students requiring intervention in their later academic years. Piloting a full-day kindergarten program could provide informative data as an intervention strategy aimed at improving attendance rates and hopefully fostering a better long-term attendance habit. And one final note on this slide, we included comparison schools, those with similar size and demographics, as one measure to support our evaluation of a pilot program. By comparing our internal diagnostic and screener results between the extended day and half-day models, we can assess the potential benefits and challenges of this proposed programmatic change. Now, should we move forward with the implementation of an extended day pilot at these 2 schools, we would want to ensure a successful and collaborative rollout. We will convene a kindergarten task force consisting of key educational partners representative of all schools, including our pilot teachers, TK and first grade teachers for vertical alignment, MTSS and special education staff, site principals, and district representatives. Their responsibilities will include taking a more in-depth look at the survey data, conducting site visits to observe full-day programs in our neighboring districts, developing an extended day program framework, hosting community informational sessions or kindergarten roundups for those pilot schools, and gathering and responding to ongoing feedback from site and district teams. As well, we will work together to analyze student outcomes during the pilot year. Implementing a 2-school pilot will require some additional funding, with the largest expense being the need for an extra campus monitor at each site. This is necessary because teachers will require a duty-free lunch period, whereas they currently take their lunch after the late owl group is dismissed. Additionally, the kindergarten playground is separate from the main playground and lunch area, so the supervisor will be needed to escort kindergartners from the lunch tables to their playground and oversee their recess. The cost of instructional materials and supplies will be minimal. However, 2 of our programs rely heavily on tactile learning tools and manipulatives, which are currently purchased for only half the class because they use them during their smaller cohorts. So with a full-day model, we'll need to provide full class sets of these materials. And when considering the decision to move forward with a full 2-school pilot, it's important to explore alternative ways to supplement an extended school day, especially for those who benefit most from more access to a rich academic setting and access to peers. CEF's Club Kinder program offers an engaging experience, and they collaborate with our kindergarten teachers. And the ELOP funding enables eligible families to participate at no cost. However, a key challenge remains. There's limited physical space at some schools, with potential staffing constraints that may prevent greater participation and accessibility for all students. These are barriers we can look into and explore with a greater team. Survey data did indicate that 53% of respondents enrolled their child in Club Kinder. Another consideration is the district-wide implementation of TK in the upcoming 25-26 school year, which will expand early education opportunities by providing all 4-year-olds access to their first school experience. This expansion aims to enhance school readiness. A pilot program for extended day kinder could serve as an opportunity to assess school readiness while also fostering the development of a seamless transition from TK through first grade with vertical alignment, ultimately establishing a strong foundational continuum for early childhood development. As we make decisions for general education classrooms, it is essential that we also work in partnership with our special education teams to ensure inclusion and the same access for all students, including those in specialized programs.
So given the direction to explore a full-day kindergarten model with the parameters of the 2-school pilot, it is staff's recommendation of selecting Jefferson and Hope Elementary Schools as the pilot schools for the 2025-26 school year. Some of the next steps, Director Fuentes already highlighted some of these, but that would be to convene that task force that we spoke about once given some direction. The task force, again, will review some of the data that we collected. We'll work with the task force to develop and flesh out the schedules and everything else in regards to the pilot program itself, should we get direction tonight. And then we would determine an intra-district transfer window for kindergartners, allowing one-to-one transfers in and out of the pilot schools. So the thought wouldn't be to expand a ton of access. It would be to take the existing facilities and the demand there and allow for one-to-one transfers in and out. And then we'd hold those kinder roundup meetings, as Director Fuentes had mentioned before. And then we'd also establish a progress monitoring tool for evaluation criteria for next year. So with that, I'll turn it back over to President Rawlings for board or comments.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have 2 blue cards.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Jennifer Zamora.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jennifer Zamora, and I am a parent of 4 kids, 2 of which have graduated and are in college. They attended Carlsbad schools from starting at Hope and going up through Carlsbad High School. I just want to call out first and say thank you to everyone for just setting such a positive tone tonight. I feel like it's been very different, just hearing the positivity and the gratefulness for everyone to be here and for all their hard work, so I want to acknowledge that. Just a little more history about my kiddos. We moved from Colorado in 2013, and at that time, my 4 kids all had the opportunity to attend preschool there, as well as my older 3, all-day kindergarten. And speaking on this subject, first of all, Ms. Fuentes, this is amazing research and a great presentation of what I think Carlsbad Unified needs moving forward. I strongly urge this and support an all-day program. I know it's an extended program, but just as a benefit for my kids, and speaking from experience, my kids had the opportunity to have all-day kindergarten, did extremely well in their education. My youngest, when we moved here, was in kindergarten and did not have the same opportunity as his 3 brothers. And we really saw that struggle. We're 2 college-educated parents, so this doesn't just benefit a certain group of students, it benefits all students. And I just believe that a vote for an extended program, it would help all students close the achievement gaps in math and reading moving forward when we're looking at our LCAP goals. And so I strongly urge that. I thank you again for your presentation. It was very detailed. And as a former employee at Jefferson, I know that's something that would really benefit the students there as well. But as I said, it would benefit all students. So thank you for your time. And again, everyone, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Shortenhouse.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I grew up here in Carlsbad, with all the Carlsbad Elementary, Junior High, Carlsbad High. I'm a mom now. My son is in 2nd grade at Hope, and my daughter is incoming. I'm just here literally it's my first time at a meeting. I'm literally here to represent my neighbors, my friends, who have a huge desire for a full-day kindergarten in Carlsbad. It's text messages, chatter in the parking lot, like she was saying, to steal her words. There is a big desire. A lot of our people in our community don't even know that these conversations are happening right now. I actually just found out, and I was sort of like, oh my gosh, outraged. These conversations are happening. We don't know. And so I've been more actively trying to get involved and reach out and to express there is a big desire for a full-day kindergarten. My daughter and her friends are at a private TK right now. They're in there all day. She's doing great. They're all doing great. A lot of the parents there are seeking private kindergarten because they want a full-day kindergarten. And for Carlsbad and the community, for that cohesiveness in our neighborhoods, for the kids and their friends, we should have a full-day kindergarten. This is what parents and our community want. So I'm just here to express that, and for my friends and my neighbors that didn't even know you can come here. So please, let's have a full-day kindergarten. Thank you.
Thank you. And trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Emery, I saw your hand first.
When you're talking about the tasks that the staff is set to perform, I mean, we're talking about an implementation for next year. So what is your timeline for those kind of tasks, especially, if we're going out to other districts and viewing those and, we're running short on time. I know it feels like the end of the year is far off, but it's not. What is the specific timeline for those?
Well, we would plan to roll out for the upcoming school year, the 25-26 school year. So right away, we would want to dig into the results. We already have if we move forward with these two schools, we'll have our pilot teachers, the principals will be involved, and then we'd like to get representation from the other school sites. Our teachers have already been reaching out to neighboring districts, so they have teacher friends in the surrounding districts, and we could easily work on some visits for that. Our goal would be near the end of the year to hold an informational setting or session on what the full day or extended day program would look like for the upcoming school year.
Other questions? Trustee Barbeth.
When you conduct a pilot like this, does that pretty much automatically mean that it will come into fruition as a complete district-wide program?
I would say no. No, that's not predetermined.
Follow-up or?
Yeah,
Okay, follow-up.
So a lot of feedback has been sent in to us as a board from people who are for it and a lot of teachers who are not, as you're aware of. One of the concerns that I have, maybe you can talk a little bit about that, is the financial impact on our district. You gave a slide, it gave us a little glimpse into the pilot program, but one of the concerns Governor Newsom had in 2019, and that's why he vetoed the bill, is that he didn't think there was going to be funding for it. And so can you speak to that a little bit about, projected funding for, because if
Again,
we,
Trustee Barbeth, that's not on the agenda. What's on the agenda is the pilot.
Right,
Right,
so I'm
so-
asking, so, you gave us a glimpse into the costs for the pilot and how, is this because we're going to give people a false hope if it's something we can't implement in the future. So have you evaluated that to some extent?
No, I'd say we kept our focus on the pilot and what we were directed to do at that point in time. I would imagine we'd get into that starting next year to look at that and figure out what the additional costs would be. But for this, the purpose of this presentation, we focused on the pilot and the cost around the pilot.
Other questions? Trustee Emery.
One of the things that you were mentioning there, and I know a lot of this will be determined by the task force, and I want to kind of clarify, is that will class size be determined during those task force? Or are we sticking to the 1:24 ratio? Or do we want to really set them up for success with a smaller group in order to provide them ample opportunity to make this trial successful?
Yeah, we certainly understand, and we know that you've heard from specifically, and we have as well, heard from kindergarten teachers that have expressed concern around class sizes. I would say this, we would continue to work with CUDA. Anything that discusses class sizes and averages is a bargainable item, and so we would want to continue to work with CUDA if we get direction tonight on those two pilots. And we have some ideas and options about trying to make that a successful pilot. So we'll work with our partners and work through the negotiation process in regards to that.
Other questions? There are other questions. Trustee Barbeth.
So in the list of things that you're going to be evaluating, will there be an opportunity also for evaluating learning that's happening or not happening?
Yes, our kindergarten teachers do have a number of diagnostic assessments that they provide, and this year, as a common assessment, we rolled out the CBM. So this is part of our Renaissance platform, where our 2nd through, I think, 12th graders give the STAR test. We have curriculum-based measurements that are short little assessments of literacy. These are given fall, winter, and spring, so we can not only compare within a school site in a classroom, but we can also compare to other schools on how they're performing in both a half-day and extended day model.
And I would just add to that one of the limitations we have right now is the pilot allows us to kind of dip our toe in the water, because right now there aren't a lot of measures, there are none actually, that we can measure against how our kindergartners are doing versus Encinitas or Del Mar. But this would give us the opportunity to take a look at the schools that are piloting and then take a look at other schools that are not and do some comparisons of alike schools. So that's why we had the slide in there that specifically identified alike demographic schools to Jefferson, which is Calavera, has a similar demographic makeup, so we could do some comparisons there, as well as at Hope and Aviera, we could do some similar comparisons there. So it would give us an opportunity to kind of look at that data as well.
Trustee Ward?
So I went through everything, even all the research that the teachers had shared and everything that you also shared, Dr. Nye. And, I think I have had the opportunity myself to kind of think about this a little bit further because I taught both the half-day program and the full-day program here in Carlsbad, and I was the principal of a full-day kinder program in Poway. So, and I also took the time to reach out to some teachers in some neighboring districts as well. And I think that, Carlsbad teachers or kinder teachers are able to do this. I know that they can do it because they are that good. But I know that there's also a lot of challenges, and a lot of challenges that they've expressed are valid, with the class sizes and, making sure that they're meeting the needs of all students. Some of the things that have also come up, and I know you already spoke to Trustee Emery regarding the class size situation, is, and I appreciate that you're putting that task force together. How far in advance, you're going to start working on that this year? I know typically when the school year starts, when we do PDs, there's not a lot of time, right? There's only like set up for like 2 days, and then the teachers are rolling. Is it possible, or is there some consideration where we can provide kinder teachers a little bit more time to set up, or can you work with the task force to enable that? Because I know that was also a concern that came up, and also compensation in regard to like
Trustee Ward, would that be a governance request to ask staff to include that? Or are you asking if it's possible?
I'm asking if it's possible.
Got it, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Ward. It is possible, and we have several ways that we could do that. We do have Summer Institute that we often do, so that could be a possibility, as well as the idea of potentially bringing back the pilot teachers a little bit early and providing some extra days that way as well. So it may be something that comes up through the process of the team, and we would just work with them on what that looks like and providing professional development dollars for them. I don't think we need board direction on that. I think we'll work with the team to assess what they think.
And, can I make,
Is it a follow-up? Follow-up, yes, go ahead.
Oh, it's a kind comment. I just want to say, I just want to thank Ms. Fuentes for the presentation today and the thoughtful work that went behind this presentation. So to Dr. Nye as well. So thank you.
Other questions? Trustee Emery, go ahead.
Thank you. Just playing out the one-to-one transfer, what happens if that doesn't flush out, or if that pilot system isn't adopted the next year? How does that work?
Yeah, I saw you writing notes when I said one-to-one transfer, and I figured I was going to get a question about that. I think right now what we're thinking about with the pilot is that there may be students that don't want to participate in the pilot and therefore may request to transfer out into another school. That would allow for some students that want to participate in the pilot from another potential school or boundary to apply in the window. But the purpose of this pilot wouldn't be to expand to have 10 kindergarten classes at Hope. They don't have the capacity for that. So we wanted to just capture the idea that it would need to be somewhat of a one-to-one in and out in order for us to accommodate it.
Other questions? Trustee Verbath.
Makes sense. Okay, one of the questions I have on the slide that says potential fiscal implications for the pilot. Additional supplies, it says HWT and UFLI. Can you help me better understand what those are?
We failed our acronym test on this one, so I'd like to say.
It's okay, I just.
But yes, Director
Yes.
Fuentes can.
HWT.
No, I can't, but she's going to do it.
HWT stands for Handwriting Without Tears, and this is our district-wide fine motor and handwriting program. And UFLI is what we call it. UFLI comes out of the University of Florida Literacy Institute, and it's a supplemental phonics program that kinder through second grade uses.
Thank you.
Is that a follow-up?
Yes, it's a follow-up to that.
Trustee
So,
Verbath.
thank you. So, one of the concerns expressed by teachers, current teachers, is that when they're working in small groups, they have to assign activities for our young learners to keep them occupied when they're not in instruction time with one-on-one with a teacher. And so one of the concerns is the manipulatives that are in that classroom, and they were expressing concern that there isn't a budget for those manipulatives, and those costs could be transferred to the teachers. So can you explain a little bit about how we plan on helping support the teachers and paying for some of those activities, manipulatives in the classroom?
I would say for district-wide supplemental materials and supplies, we would look to fund that because all schools would be implementing it. We would also need to take inventory at each school site to see what everyone has. But each school has different funding sources. Some schools have Title I dollars, some schools have PTAs and foundations that support them with those extra needs. And so we would need to, and the kindergarten teachers are already compiling a list, and so we would need to look at consensus across all schools, but also work with principals and our support systems and how we would pay for it. We would never expect a teacher to pay for that out of their own pocket.
I have a follow-up.
Trustee Wertz, a follow-up? Go ahead.
So to that slide that we're on, number 8, the additional supplies for the Handwriting Without Tears and the Florida curriculum, is that consumables, or is that like a new purchase for a teacher, or is this something that we are currently using? And so what is that actual cost for?
We do have some consumables that all children receive. These are more for those tactile manipulatives.
Oh,
so
okay.
boards that are segmented for phonics instruction. These would be the tactile boards for the handwriting program. So we would just need more of those. It would probably...
So it's a one-time cost.
It would probably be a one-time cost for these pilot schools.
Okay.
And those are programs that we're currently using.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. And then just follow-up
Follow-up?
as well. So also with the campus monitor and the agency aid, so this is in addition to what we currently have right now. So if we have, because you have a campus monitor right now, so you're saying that with this pilot, you would need 2 more. Is that what you're saying, or that's just, this is part of the cost? But we do have campus monitors right now.
We do have campus monitors. This would be looking at an additional one per school site because the lunchtime, the recess time will likely overlap with 1st through 5th grade. And so because their playground area is separate from the main area, we would need adult supervision in that location.
And then the aid is for specific students.
The aid is looking for specific students that have that written into their IEP. Typically how we can group aides with 2 students because they're in different programs. However, if we have all students together and 2 students need a one-on-one, we would have to double that. But that would be a cost that we would look into each school site to see if they have students with that need.
Oh, so you don't actually know what
We
that
know
need
that
is
there's
yet?
one.
You know that there's one?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is why it's listed.
Okay, I see.
And then I have a follow-up to that. So what happens now that, with the half-day compared to the full day, why the need for the additional campus monitor? I mean, are the students monitored with the half-day program?
Currently, our teachers supervise their recess time, and then they don't have a designated lunchtime where the teachers get that duty-free break.
So then the teachers would no longer be responsible for campus monitoring.
Right.
I have a few questions myself, but go ahead.
Well,
Trustee
this is a follow-up to Trustee Ward's question on the agency aid. So you have listed $31,500 for what we anticipate to be one student. We have no idea what this could change, how this could change. Is that correct? So we don't know if more students could come because it's going to be a more attractive program perhaps to some who could get more assistance. And we're trying to roll this out into a community that might need more assistance at Jefferson, so, or at Hope. So how could this change?
Yeah, I would say we have somewhat of an idea, just because we have preschool students who are going to matriculate in. That gave us, I would assume, the one student at this point in time. But it is an estimate, and just like all of this is estimates. So I think at this point in time, though, we think it's a fairly accurate capture of the costs based on the information that we have.
Trustee Ward.
Yeah, just following up on that. So, but you can move your aides around within the district, right? So as one-on-one support isn't needed, like you have a high school student that leaves or something like that, not that we always move from high school to elementary, but you can move your aides around. And is that typically something that happens every year where you really don't know how many one-on-ones you need necessarily because you have students that are coming in, whether they move here or transfer in from here, or they might get an IEP that requires a one-on-one aid, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think the difference is, in this case, as Director Fuentes had mentioned, right now we can split an aid position for 2 students. This requires a little bit different, we have to look at it a little bit differently in that because the student is staying at the school a longer period of time, we don't have the ability to split the aides anymore. So there is an increased cost to that. But at the same time, we think it's, for the pilot at least, it's not it doesn't appear to be that it's going to be a monumental cost at this point in time.
Are there other questions? Because I have a few myself. Go ahead, Trustee Verbeck. Okay.
Currently, I believe we haven't been feeding a MTSS teacher into kinder. Is that correct? Because of the model, the way it is right now, the teachers have been able to handle that.
Our MTSS teachers work with all grades. They should be at this point in time. They should be modeling and providing coaching for all teachers, kinder through 5th grade at the elementary school. So they should be working with all grades. So to answer your question, yes, they also work with kinder.
Okay, so as a follow-up to that, one of the kinder teachers said at the last district grade level meeting, it was stated that no MTSS teachers provide service for kindergarten because of their small class sizes. So the question is, will there be MTSS teachers available to help go into the classrooms when the classroom size is larger and it's full day?
Yes, MTSS teachers work And I didn't see that email. So MTSS teachers work with all grade levels currently and provide coaching and opportunities. Our MTSS teachers, for the most part, shouldn't be pulling out students to provide pull-out intervention. So maybe they're referring to that they're not pulling students currently out in the early bird late owl model, but certainly moving forward, they should be providing the same services to kinder teachers as they are to the rest of the grade levels.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes. Follow up, Trustee Ward.
So just to follow up on that, I just want to make sure I understand. So for MTSS, the training and support that we are providing the district and for the teachers is, so eventually everybody will be trained and we don't have like a specific person that is an MTSS teacher. The idea is to ensure that all and everyone is trained so you can apply it to your classroom. So it's not like a standalone thing where you have like, it's not a service, right? So
That's
it's
correct.
actually the teachers should be all getting trained so they can provide it to their class. Is that my
That's correct.
understanding with how that okay. Thank you.
Trustee Verbeff.
As a follow-up to that, so I've been able to be in classrooms and meet with MTSS teachers as well as I do my site visits. So my understanding, yes, we're trying to train everyone, but our MTSS teachers are serving critical roles in pulling out students or modeling things for our teachers and supporting our teachers. So they are a very valuable tool and we're seeing improvement across the board in academic standards and behaviors. In many ways, they're able to make phone calls that the teachers can't make. So while I am understanding what Trustee Ward is saying is we're trying to train the teachers to do it, but the teachers are specifically saying, the kindergarten teachers are specifically saying, currently, no MTSS teachers need to go in because of the half-day model, because the teachers are able to manage that and deal with that. But going to a full-day model, they are saying more than likely there will be behaviors, there will be needs, there will be a request to have support. And so my question is, will we be able to provide that support? I know we're saying, yes, we have MTSS for, K through 8 right now, but will we be able to specifically help our kindergarten teachers?
Yes. If MTSS teachers are, if they're there next year, which we hope from the instructional side, I hope that they are, that yes, they're there to support all the teachers, including kindergarten, and they will.
Other questions? Okay, I think I had just two on slide, where was it? I think it was slide 5. With Calavera Hills Elementary with a 100% favorability, why didn't you pick Calavera Hills Elementary over Hope?
We wanted a demographic in a different location, so Hope and Calavera are right next to each other. We also wanted to make sure that we included a Title I school with a higher percentage of our multilingual learners and socioeconomically disadvantaged. Hope also represents a large school campus that, while we looked at schools in South Carlsbad, Pacific Rim is also rather large, Aviara also. The survey results from family and staff showed more favorability in that Hope, that north part of Carlsbad, and so we opted Jefferson, which also had a high level of favorability.
Thank you. And then, Dr. Na, I know I've asked this question, and thank you for answering my questions as far as what specific evidence is there between our district and Solana Beach, Del Mar, Encinitas, as far as the half-day model providing, significant better outcomes than a full-day model compared to those districts. And so would it be fair to even look at third grade to say that there's a bigger impact or that we somehow that our students are higher learners than some of those districts with full-day kinder? Or is there any way to really measure that to neighboring districts?
Yeah, right now, I think the best way is for us to move forward with a pilot and to be able to measure that internally with our internal diagnostics. I think you project out kinder to third grade. I think that's challenging.
Thank you. Any other questions? May I have a motion to direct staff whether to proceed with the 2-school pilot as presented by staff?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Ward, a second by trustee Emery. We now have discussion. Is there discussion? Trustee Emery.
This is more of just a clarification. I think really trust the the task force group to come together and iron out a lot of these. But I just want to be clear because I've heard people say that an all-day K and an extended program, and those are not necessarily the same thing. So we're trusting the task force to come together with those kind of the nitty-gritty with the class size, correct? And then the extended day might be different hours. And I think that's something, that, we're wanting some answers that we can't necessarily have yet. And so I'm interested to see what.
I mean, that's my understanding based on the presentation, that staff is asking us to approve what they presented, which would be the task force would implement the nitty-gritty.
Just
So that's
some-
my understanding of as what we're being asked to approve.
Just
Yeah.
clarification around the language, though, of I've heard, people speak about all-day K, in emails and coming up here, and we're talking about an extended day, which might not be the same thing. So just some clarification.
Yeah, and it's just, like I say, it's
Yeah.
what's in the presentation is what we're being asked to, what we're being asked to vote on. Trustee Ward.
Yeah. I will be voting for this. I appreciate all the work and the research that that staff has put into this. Also, I appreciate that we're doing a pilot. I think staff was very thoughtful in the schools that they selected and the demographics, and I think that's going to give us a lot of valuable data for us to be able to move forward or to hold. So I really appreciate that. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Other discussion? I do. I will also be voting in favor of this pilot. This is something that has been coming to the board for many, many years. This is not the first year that an extended day or full day kinder has been that we've been asked to look at and to explore. And really, when looking at some of the other basic aid districts, such as Solana Beach and Del Mar and those types of things, that they do have full day kinder, and I have not seen any dramatic outcomes based on our district, based on our half-day program. And so, and in my mind, when I look at the supermajorities of parents asking us to do this, I just feel the obligation to represent our community as this supermajority that I just feel it's very important that we give this pilot a try. And if it doesn't work, then I think that we've given it the good college try, and that we have that we've been responsive to our constituents in these areas that are with 88% and 80% folks saying that we really want this. I think it's incumbent for at least us to give it a try, and then to have the data that is open. And if we do go beyond the pilot, I think that'll come back to the board with more data and more information for us to make that decision. So I will be voting in favor. Trustee Ward.
I just also wanted to add that I think it's really important that with all the research that was shared with us by the staff too, that we're considering, who it's going to impact, and that is the students and the demographics that it's going to impact. And I think it's really important that if the research is saying what it's saying, then, we are probably going to be able to see that through the data that's going to be provided by the pilot.
Other discussion? Trustee Verbath.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Trustee Ward, that we're going to be looking at the student because I think that's really important. I understand our community is very interested in also having extended care and those kinds of things, and people did express the issue with childcare. I'm okay with the pilot. I really am glad that you're going to involve these different team members because I have a lot of questions for CUDA and how they're going to handle things with their teachers and their contracts and how that's all going to work. I'm interested in facilities and budget and those kinds of things, and I think we've got some time. And I want to make sure that we're listening to our teachers who I value so much. I've had 2 kids go through the program, and I think several of us have here in this district, and we've seen the value, we've seen the outcome, and I'm hearing from the teachers that this has been a really unique time for them to get to know their students and develop those relationships and be able to really get to assist where there's been a need, and they know those kids better than anybody else in the school. So I want to make sure that we're paying attention to them and listening to their voice. And so I'll be very curious how this does rule out, and I'm hoping for positive outcomes. If it doesn't work out, then I want to hear all the pros and the cons, make sure that we're hearing them from everybody. So, thank you.
Trustee Emery.
Yeah, I would just like to second on to that. Thank you so much for coming back with more information. This has obviously, come up multiple times. This was incredibly thorough, and it is, very debated. It is a very split vote, and I hear everyone. And, not having any feelings in this, for myself, really trying to listen to all sides has been tricky, and this information has definitely put some things forward, which I appreciate. So I will be supporting this moving forward. I also, having been on pilots for curriculum and other programs myself, realize that sometimes it's a great way to walk back and say, maybe this isn't the right way or the right time. And I think it's, as we're looking forward also to a new superintendent, going through the pilot and then allowing whoever we do select to come on board to have more of a say and more of an input into that is a really great timing with where we're at currently.
Any other discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
No.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Babette?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We now move on to the annual Measure HH financial and, let me see.
Thank you, President Rawlings.
Hang on one second. Okay, I was reading off the wrong page. Okay, thank you. We now move on to 7.4, annual audit report of fiscal.
May I make,
Isn't that right?
Madam President, may I make a break? We have, I believe, one student in the audience, and perhaps we could take a short break as well before the
Yes,
presentation.
we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.4, annual audit report for fiscal 23-24. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Ms. Suzanne O'Connell.
Thank you, President Rawlings. This audit report presented to you tonight is the audit of the 23-24 school year. It's our annual audit. It was presented to our board subcommittee. It is available in print on our website and also attached to this agenda item this evening. There were no financial statement findings or question costs for the year ending 6/30/24. There were no federal award findings or question costs for the year ending 6/30/24. We did have a state finding of noncompliance, and just to clarify a noncompliance item. It is an item that they review as part of a non-required part of a district audit, and they look at all of our federal programs, all our state programs, and if they find something that is not in compliance, however, it's not a material finding or a significant deficiency, they simply point it out to the district and require a corrective action. So the finding that was found with our ELOP funds was actually one procedurally. It looked at our application that we use for our students, and it failed to have a signature line. So our corrective action is to redo the form, add a signature line, go back and collect those for current year, so it's not a repeat finding, and move forward. So that was the sole deficiency they found in the report. So with that, I ask you to approve our annual budget for 23-24 school year.
Our audit report.
Sorry, audit report.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to do them all at once.
Exactly. Yeah, can we do
In
all
fact,
three?
I did it while you were all out of the room. You missed it, and it's over.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
With no blue cards, trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Ward.
Thank you for mentioning the ELOP fund. I was curious. And that does not continue, correct? Isn't that's gone, right?
Right.
Okay. And then,
No, actually, the ELOP will receive new funding, so that's why it's
Oh,
important we
okay.
go back and collect the signatures. It's ongoing.
Oh,
And
it
so
is,
we
okay.
will collect those, so it is not a finding for this current year.
oh, I see. And, okay. Oh, I thought that's exhausted.
That's
So-
extended learning
Oh, okay.
opportunity.
And did that start during COVID or? Oh, it did. Oh, and it is continuing. Oh, okay. And just some questions because, all this budget stuff is like foreign to me and I have to like really think about it. But,
Because you did ask one question, so is there
Oh,
anyone
yeah,
else that has
sorry.
questions? Okay, go ahead.
the interfund balance activity, that's mentioned in the report. I was just curious if you could explain to me what that is, and how it affects the revenue and expenditure balances.
So what an interfund balance is it's actually a flow of assets from one fund to another with no expectation of a return of those assets. So a really good example of that is our cafeteria fund. That's a separate standalone fund, and it's one of the funds that you report on in all your audit, not only your audit, but all your budgets. So you'll find that in your first interim, your second interim budget adoption. And the example of that is prior to the state moving towards meals for all during COVID, when we had our free and reduced lunch program, and it was an application-based program, our cafeteria fund, since we had a very low percentage of free and reduced lunch students, never generated enough money to pay for our meal service to the kids. And so the district had to make a contribution every single year to the cafeteria fund. So you would see an interfund transfer from
Okay.
the general fund into the cafeteria fund with no expectation that they would pay it back.
Okay. And then does that hurt the general fund when you do that?
It's a deduction from the general fund, but it's
Okay.
one you anticipate. It's no different than it's contribution to special education, for instance, because
Okay.
of the underfunding.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Any other questions? Okay, may I have a motion to accept the audit report for fiscal year 23-24 as presented?
So move for Beth.
Second.
Moved by trustee Verbeth, second by trustee Ward. Discussion. I did want to find out, was the subcommittee actually able to meet, or was it just presented to you and then you just accepted it? Or I was just curious because it had been put off a few times, so I was wondering.
We did not meet, but we were presented the information.
And then did you have an opportunity to ask questions and that
We
sort of
did.
thing? And perfect, okay, great. I know it got put off a few times with Mr. Dill and that sort of thing, so I wanted to follow up on that. Any other discussion? And I just want to say, I know you came in kind of midstream, but, I'm always thrilled when, there's, very minor things in an audit report. And being on that committee for several years, it's nice to, see that we continue that practice and that we fix those things immediately and they usually never come back again. So I'm very appreciative of our staff that works on these things. So with that being said, without any other discussion, Ms. Garcia, please call for vote.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbath?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rowling?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is 7.5, Annual Measure HH Financial and Performance Audit Fiscal 23-24. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Suzanne O'Connell.
Thank you, President Rawlings. This item is for our Prop Measure HH bond program. It is conducted independent of our district's annual audit. We happen to have the same auditors do both, but it was shared with us and absolutely no findings. The purpose of why this has to be audited is they look at two things primarily. The first thing is, are we spending our bond money only on those projects listed in the bond language prior to its passing? And the second thing they look at is are our expenditures within the phase of Series A, Series B, and the bonds that are being sold appropriately. So in both cases, we passed with flying colors and there were absolutely no findings. So with that.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? No questions. May I have a motion to accept the Measure HH Financial and Performance Audit for fiscal year 23-24, Exhibit A?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Sayosi
I'll second.
and a second by trustee Emery. Any discussion? Trustee Verbeth.
Tonight, we're being asked to approve the budget report as of January 31st. According to the approved minutes of our December 18th meeting.
Trustee Verbeth, that's not what we're on. We're on the HH Financial and Performance Audit fiscal year.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. My apologies.
Is there any other discussion on that, on
I
7.5?
got confused by that.
I know, I saw that for a moment, but.
I saw it and I was like, wait a second.
Yep.
And I had pulled up the other
That's fine.
presentation, so my
That's fine.
apologies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on that?
No.
Okay, Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbath?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we move on to item 7.6, second interim report for the period ending January 21, 2025. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Ms. Suzanne O'Connell.
Thank you, President Rawlings. This 2024-25 second interim budget report is presented to you tonight, and I have to admit I had to dust off some cobwebs. It's been a little while since I've delved this deeply into anyone's district budget, but hopefully the information that I shared tonight will be clear and concise, and I look forward to your questions. I first have to thank our Director of Fiscal Services and her amazing team for putting the numbers together, because we certainly couldn't have done this without them. And as we begin the report, I just am happy to present to you that we got a positive certification when all was said and done. So that's the biggest piece of it. In addition to the positive certification, we did improve our unrestricted ending fund balance, which is always a good thing, and indicating that there are slight expenditure increases which correlate to additional revenue. And just to clarify with that, as we bring in contributions and additional revenue, we spend accordingly. So when we get the dollars to add a position or to add extra hourly or time for our staff, you'll see an expenditure increase that mirrors that. So that's where that came from. Our revenue, this is a second interim summary, and it really just shows changes of revenue between first interim to second interim. And in both the revenue and expenditure columns, we increased. So as we increased revenue, we spent it. And it's almost a match one for one. And throughout the theme of tonight's presentation, if you keep in mind that we're really kind of in the tail end of spending those years where we got the extra dollars through COVID and a lot of the emergency relief dollars. So as you see those go away, you're going to see a trend of less revenue, less expenditures, just in terms of those special one-time or multi-year funded funds. This just basically shows that with the difference of about 2 million revenue, 2.5 million in expenditures, it changes our ending fund balance. If you look at all the way down in the bottom corner, our ending fund balance dropped by about $475,000, which is not a significant change when you're talking about from October 31st numbers to January 31st. This is just, go ahead, you can change. Oh, there it is. This page is really just a summary of the changes that you just saw. When you see the numbers in red, that is an example of contributions. This one in particular, the bulk of the red contribution of 32 million at first interim and second interim, it's reflected is our special ed contributions primarily. So that carries over. There was no change in that. The revenue carries over. Again, it represents your differences, and again, your change in ending fund balance of about $475,000. The next slide is more of a visual, and it shows that we pretty much across the board, going all the way back to 15, 16, and prior to that, we spend what we get. And if you look at those peak years, right around the COVID years, that's when you had, especially in year 22, 23, the bulk of your revenues where it was actually greater than your expenditures, and we had the multi-year plan to spend it. So what you'll see is after that dotted line is the 2024 current year. Between adopted budget, first interim and second interim, it's just showing the additional revenues we received and the drawdown of the one-time dollars. Get a little water here. This summary slide, shows the sources of our revenue. So the LCFF property tax is obviously the bulk of our revenue. And because by first interim, you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to be receiving for the year, there's only a difference of 16 there. Federal dollars went up somewhat, state went up a considerable amount, and local dollars went up again. And your local dollars are really donations and CEF revenue. I was going to say thank you very much, but she left. And then the state revenue is your strong workforce dollars, the CEF program that I think it's in year 6 that we continue to get those funds. And those come in at various points in the year, and that's why these dollar amounts are updated at your different interim points. And then the federal revenue is really just the addition of your title dollars, Title I, Title II, 3 and 4, and the carryover added in. So your second interim revenue changes really are summarized by slight adjustments in LCFF, federal and state, and the grants and donations received. This shows the revenue components, and really what this slide demonstrates is the bulk of our dollars are our property taxes and/or LCFF. And again, you see the spikes in revenue in 22-23, which was the greatest point in time for the extra dollars for COVID. And then the spend down of those dollars, and now you see first and second interim, they're pretty much starting to level out. The expenditures for your certificated salaries, and I just want to explain, the red on this particular slide tells a little bit different story. So the question was asked, and it was a great question, that what does red signify? And red doesn't necessarily signify a decrease in dollars. Rather, it signifies not a drop in dollars or a negative dollar amount. It really signifies a decrease in whatever number you're quantifying. So if you're talking revenues and you see red, it's a reduction in revenues. It's not a good thing. When you see red on an expenditure sheet, it shows you that at first interim, your classified salaries were at 20.6 million. At second interim, your classified salaries were at nearly 20 million. So your difference there is 597,000, but it's in red because it went down, and it's a good thing when it's on an expenditure page. So it's really looking to see the context in which it's used. So it really indicates a decrease in whatever your title is or what you're quantifying. So that was a great question. The next slide shows the expenditure changes. The increases were tied again to donations. The classified salaries, really you begin to capture savings from vacancies. So when you have positions that you haven't been able to fill, it's generally after first interim that you capture the savings from those that you have pre-built into your adopted budget. Your benefits, you adjust to the appropriate salaries, and your services went up mainly because there are increases related to special ed services. Since first interim, those are changes. Here again is your ending, or your expenditure components. The gray is the one that is at the top, and that represents services. That can be contracted services. It could be special education placements. It can be legal fees. Anything that you have contracts for or services that you provide. It can be our SDG&E. It can be our trash services. They all get rolled into that. Your books and supplies are the black. Your benefits are the gold, your green are the classified salaries, and the blue are your certificated. This section goes over the general fund ending balance and then gets into our multi-year projection. So this page looks at first interim unrestricted, first interim restricted, then you combine them. Then you look at second interim unrestricted, restricted, combined, and you compare the two. So if on this particular page, if it's red, your ending fund balance went down. If it's black, it went up. Your economic uncertainties basically stayed the same across the board. And the only reason why there's an increase of 123,000 is when your ending balance goes down, your 3% goes down. So that's why you see that in your drop from your 8.7 to your increase, I should say, is just reflective of whether your ending fund balances go up or down. So you actually had a savings there. This next slide just shows your restricted ending balances. When we talk about unrestricted, it's everything but this slide. So it's a good way of showing you all the Title I dollars, the education effectiveness, lottery, special ed, mental health, and so on. So when we talk about restricting and ending balances, that's what you see. So the ending balance indicates that our positive certification has been met. As you know, there's 3 categories: positive, qualified, and negative. Positive is that you can meet your obligations current year and the 2 outer years, which we can do. And then assigned and unassigned unrestricted general fund ending balances is what your reserve and your set-aside economic uncertainty is based on. And once you set aside your percentage and your committed funds, we are still within the 10% cap on state reserves in each of the 3 years. Our multi-year projection factors will change. The one thing that I want to point out, and I think it'll be on your next slide, but I'll mention it here, is when we listened to the governor's proposed budget in January, it was just before all the LA wildfires hit. So we still don't know what impact that's going to have on the state funds. We've received guidance, and I'll share with you in a board update, School Services' latest guidance on federal dollars. They're basically telling us to plan on receiving our title dollars, plan on receiving our IDEA dollars. Those took congressional action to approve, and will take congressional action to remove. So in that regard, from budgeting standpoint purposes, we're building in Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and our IDEA dollars, special ed. As far as state funds go, we really are not going to have a good idea in terms of what we'll receive as far as ongoing funding in terms of dollar amounts till the May revise. We should have a much better idea of the May revise, once the May revise is shared. The only thing that School Services recommends building into your budget at this point in time is the COLA for next year. And other than that, we're going to have a plan in place for all of our revenue streams, state revenue streams, but at this point in time, it's not something that you base it on any given total until we have a better idea. So that's basically our average daily attendance. In terms of our attendance, when you look long-term over time, our attendance is basically following a pattern where it's declining in an elementary. It's staying fairly flat at the middle school level, and it continues to increase ever so slightly at the high school level. So we're still kind of riding a bubble that came through with the biggest group being at the high school level now. And so we've budgeted just in terms of putting together second interim as you look at multi-year for flat enrollment. But saying flat enrollment, we're still using a prior year attendance rate where you're able to average the last 3 years' attendance, and we'll continue to use a 3-year average, which boosts up our ADA for all of the LCFF formulas. One-time expenditures do not become ongoing. Our Prop 98 budget, the questions remain right now. Will we get COLA for all our state funding? Will special ed receive COLA? In the governor's January budget, it was applied across the board to all the state funds. What impact the fires will have if that's still, there have been years where the COLA was not applied to those individual budgets. So it remains to be seen. Our property tax trend, ask the question, how deep will we be in basic aid? And then our spending plans for one-time restricted block grants, as I said, we're going to have a plan to spend them when we get them. And so that's basically on that slide. This next slide shows what that trend will look like in terms of community funding, which is AKA basic aid. So if you follow that line in 24-25 first interim, 24-25 second interim, that line which represents property taxes, excess EPA, and state aid is really when that goes above that those blue bars, that indicates basic aid status. So as you can see, in the 24-25 year, even though on the calculator, the LCF calculator, it still shows us as LCFF for current year as of June 30th, once all our revenues have been received, it will reflect us as basic aid and continues to do so in the outer years for multi-year purposes. What you see there is that the 25-26 estimated and 26-27 estimated. On our calculator, it's projecting our taxes to go up by about $500,000 a year. I'm sorry, $5 million a year. That's a different, there's a big difference there. I'm sorry, just a zero. $5 million a year. But what's important to note here, and it's a good point to just kind of throw this in to think about, as we go into basic aid, this year it'll be excess property taxes of about $3 million, $3.1 million, above what we would otherwise receive if we were purely LCFF. Once you become basic aid, beginning in the 25-26 school year, so next school year, we will have to now pay all our charters their per pupil dollar amount that otherwise they would have gotten directly from the state. But since we are basic aid, any charters, public or state or county, in our school district, we will be sending money for them to run their programs for those students in the charters to the tune of, I want to say it's, oh, I wrote it down here. It's about 1.3 million that we'll be sending out. In the following year, when the state catches up with the basic aid status and that the fact that we keep our property taxes, there will be another outgo. Technically, it's a deduction because we will no longer receive supplemental taxes. So together, those two dollar amounts total approximately $4.1 million. So that gives you a deficit, so to speak, of about $1 million when all's said and done. So as we move forward, that will narrow, but it's going to take us a while to get deep enough into basic aid where we will feel like, not that we're rich, but feel like we're more comfortable than in those beginning years when you just, change over to that basic aid status. So it's just something to consider as we go forward. On this next slide, it's just a bar chart of the same information, basically. It shows your revenues and expenditures, basically leveling out in the 25, 26, 26, 27 school year. Our 24-25 year still shows revenue or expenditures exceeding revenues, and that's primarily spending down those one-time dollars. And that you'll see level out when we stop receiving them. Our unrestricted ending balance, general fund, and then you're restricting your title dollars. For many, many years, we were never able to carry over restricted dollars. So that was always a zero balance at year end. Title I allows carryover that has to be used by September 30th. And so what this really shows is a return to those times. The bigger black bars represent during COVID where you had the ability to submit multi-year, like a 3-year plan for your emergency block grant and your learning recovery block grant. And so in those particular years, if you had a 3-year plan, you had to carry over in order to implement a 3-year plan. So that's why you see the black starting to disappear as we go back to those days of zero carryover or minimal carryover. And then on the next slide, the state budget outlook is just basically, there's way too much information on this slide, but it really is meant to say that right now we're looking at underfunding the minimum guarantee by $1.6 billion. We'll watch that carefully. Because Prop 98 was suspended in 23-24, there's no adjustment to prior year minimum guarantees, so we can count on that. And then the 25-26 state budget, we know is going to be lower than 24-25 unless there's a big influx of money for some reason. And the general fund cash receipts for the month of January were below where the governor said they were going to be in January. Sales and use tax revenues were down slightly year to date. Unemployment rate rose by 0.1%, up to 5.5%. And the concern is that building activity continues to slow down, with the number of building permits down 10.6% from 2023. And I don't know about you, but during the COVID years, I used some of that time to get a lot of in-home construction done. And I think a lot of us did. And so a lot of that has slowed down what was a somewhat inflated number for construction starts. And we certainly know how important construction is as an economic driver and economic indicator in California. So we'll continue to watch that very carefully. So next steps. Once the second interim is adopted, then we wait for the governor's May revise. It's May 14th. I believe that is Zoom. So we'll be watching that, and we'll have the ability for multiple individuals to watch that as well. So that's something that we'll reach out to you prior to May and get more information on who would like to participate in that. We'll be presenting to you a proposed budget and estimated actuals on June 11th. Estimated actuals are really where you think you're going to finish the year. And then the true up comes in the fall when we do unaudited actuals, once all the books are closed. And then we'll adopt the budget at the second meeting along with the LCAP adoption on June 18th. So with that, I turn it back over to you, President Rawlings.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? I'll go ahead and start with mine then, if I don't see any other questions. If you look at, or actually it's a comment on your, what you talked about with charter schools.
Okay.
Or with charters, the
Sure.
1.3 million, that used to be a pass-through. Is that as far as, I guess, and I don't know if that's when we were under ADA funding, or because it used to like come from the state and come through our budget and then go out, so it really wasn't an impact. Are you saying, is that different now being
Yes.
basic aid?
So the idea behind LCFF is, as a pass-through, if the students are there instead of here in our schools, the money follows the student to the charters. So it really is a pass-through on paper and goes to it's not something that we have to write a check to the charters through. We don't receive the money first, it flows to the charter. Under basic aid status, what you're saying is your local property taxes exceed what you would be entitled to under LCFF. The excess property taxes are greater than the LCFF. So you just keep those local property taxes. So because you're not getting money from the state for LCFF funding purposes, there's nothing for it to be a pass-through. So you write a check out of this local property taxes that you collect as basic aid.
And then so just to clarify, when you're saying the $3.5 million is the amount above what we would have received from the state otherwise. And then because it's not a pass-through.
You basically are writing a
you're
check
writing
to the
check
charters.
to the charter directly out of that 3.5 million. And so when it's being determined whether we are basic aid or not basic aid, that does not factor in.
Not
So
at
when
all.
we say we're collecting more, they don't
Consider.
those dollars that are going out the door that wouldn't have gone out the door
That's
previous.
correct.
Thank you. Okay. Other questions? I have others too, but Trustee Emery.
On slide 11, when you were, and thank you so much for explaining everything so well and thoroughly. I really appreciate the clarifications and the examples. When you were speaking of services
Yes.
in the gray bar, how much of that is impact from hiring agencies, modernization? Where do we see a bulk of that come from?
I would say the bulk of that is special education costs related to non-public school placements. It could be residential placements if in fact, the district has those. It can also include agency aides for positions that we are unable to fill, and our classified HR director is doing a wonderful job going out to each of the schools, determining the dollar amounts that we are spending on agency aides, and instead bringing those in-house, recruiting for those. And so you'll see a gradual transition as these agency aid costs go down. Classified salaries will go up, but we'll own them. They'll be ours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Other questions? I had another one as well on slide 9. When you were talking about the classified salaries from first interim to second interim,
Yes.
and the difference there, you weren't saying that this is what we've spent so far. This is what we're projecting to spend, which is less than what we had projected in the first interim. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Okay, so
Correct.
when you were saying it, it sounded like you were saying, well, this is what we spent so far, but we're still anticipating spending more. So
No,
this is
and
still
it-
a
that's accurate.
projection from.
That's accurate.
So you're just you're expecting to spend less, but that's the full cost that you're anticipating spending by year end.
Yes. By first interim, you don't know if you're still going to be able to fill some of the positions. And then with some of them continue to go unfilled, it's not till after first interim that you actually remove them from anticipated expenditures.
Perfect. Thank you. I have a few more questions. Any other questions? Okay. And then on slide 18. So you had said that you believe that we're receiving about $3.5 million more than what the state would provide. And then in year 25, 26, looks like we're looking between 166 million up to 178 million in revenue. Can you are we anticipating that there's going to be that big of a jump in property taxes for 18?
So according to our LCFF calculator, property taxes in 24, 25, and this is without RDA, the redevelopment dollars that come in addition to. But the 24, 25 year, we're looking at about $120.8 million in revenue. Local property, our excess property taxes or basic aid. 25, 26, that jumps to 125. So that's your 5 million increase. In 26, 27, it jumps almost another $5 million to 129.7.
But my question is that if you look at revenues,
Oh,
that we're
so
looking at
you're-
166 to 178, what's the contributing factor to that?
Oh,
that
okay.
big, pretty big increase in revenue.
That's a
from
great
year to
question.
year, right?
So if we were to go back to one of our pages of revenue that breaks it down, our revenue comes from LCFF property taxes, then it comes from federal dollars, then it comes from state dollars, then it comes from local dollars. And so all of that added together gives you the total that you saw up here.
My question is what is the contributing factor to go from 166 million in revenue to next year going to 178 million in revenue? Why do we anticipate such a big jump?
That would be, let me go back and see that will be laid out for you, obviously, at budget adoption. But let me tell you why. Let me look at here, the projected dollars. That's a great question. Let me get my slide. It's on multi-year. Oh, here we go.
And I'm sorry, I would have asked it in advance, but I was thinking,
No,
she'll let us know because that's a pretty big jump.
No, but that would be, let me just see on my slide page if I have that breakdown. If I don't, I can certainly get it to you. No, I don't have that breakdown.
That's fine. I just wanted to, it just seemed like a larger jump than what we had seen in years past.
And I would expect if our basic aid property taxes is increasing by $5 million, and then you add in your federal and state, I'm not sure. That's a good question.
That'd be great. And again, I didn't mean to kind of put you on the spot. It was more of, I was kind of anticipating that we'd hear about that in the presentation.
And again, those multi-years are projections, and they're based on the best information that you have. And as far as, other than the COLA, those are pulled off the calculator. So I would have to go see what makes that up. But I'll send that home in the Friday update.
Okay. And is that follow-up?
Yeah, follow-up. And I had that same question that I sent to you earlier, Suzanne, so that was about the 3.6 increase over those years, and with that multi-year assumptions. Like, I was wondering what the assumptions are, how you are getting that increase in revenue. So if you, so I'll look forward to seeing that in your Friday report.
And one of the documents that's in the second interim report is assumptions for multi-year projections. So if you look at the funded LCFF, where it says in fiscal years 25, 26, and you look down your columns and it talks about what we're projected to receive, I would have to give you that breakdown, and then you could see what actually is adding to that total dollar amount.
Okay.
Because I don't see anything that stands out as being significant.
And then my last question is that you've mentioned the governor's budget a few times and the COLA and the cost of living adjustment.
Right.
Use
Oh, yeah, sorry.
use my acronyms.
Yes.
I'm going to try. So because we're basic aid, what is the impact of the state budget as far as because if we're relying on property taxes, that's kind of replacing the state dollars. What's the state budget impact on us if we're getting our dollars
Well,
directly
that
from
will
property
be
tax?
applied on all the other state money that comes in.
Okay, so any additional state money besides
Or special ed
our property
funding.
tax, got it, okay. That was, so that's why we still want to watch the budget.
Transportation.
There you go, okay, and so we still want to watch the state budget and that sort of
Absolutely.
thing because it's all the other stuff besides that big bulk
Yes.
of LCFF versus property tax. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, may I have a motion May I have a motion to approve the submission of the second interim financial report as of January 31st, 2025, Exhibit A?
So moved. Trustee Emery.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a first from Trustee Emery and a second from Trustee Sayosi, and discussion. Trustee Verbeff.
Now I'll say my comment in appropriate space. So tonight, we're being asked to approve the budget report as of January 31st. According to the approved minutes of our December 18th meeting, Trustee Rawlings received consensus to direct staff to take a stabilization arrangement and put what is equal to 2% over the state requirement and collapse that into one object code that states Board LCAP Priorities Fund. However, that direction is not reflected in this report, since the approved minutes are really the formal legal position of what occurred at the meeting, and since the meetings match the video transcript, I don't see any other way to interpret the consensus given at that meeting. There was a lot of confusion about what consensus vote meant at our workshop last night. But to be clear, our attorneys did state in December that a consensus can be in action, even if there's no motion or a roll call vote. What he attempted to state then in the letter is that a consensus vote was not a Brown Act violation based on an erroneous interpretation that Trustee Rawlings only directed staff to place the issue on a future agenda. That's clearly not supported by the record, but perhaps an excuse to get us out of a Brown Act violation. Our attorney also mistakenly claimed in his letter that the request to recategorize the reserves was brought up at the January meeting, but that was also incorrect. In January, we agendized a request to change the board policy on the reserves, not to actually change the reserves themselves. Therefore, I will be voting no tonight on the approval of the second interim budget report because I believe it falsifies the second interim budget report to avoid acknowledging the vote that was taken in December to recategorize the reserves.
And I would just like to comment on that, again, it was a consensus to move money around, not to spend it in a certain way, and that the reason why it's not on here is because the board did not approve the corresponding policy that would need to go with reducing that would be moving reserve dollars around. And again, that's a board decision to make, and the board actually took action, which is an actual vote rather than a consensus. And we had this conversation last night. Hopefully, in the future, there will be clarity behind the difference between consensus and a roll call vote. But there was a roll call vote on the proposed policy, as well as a roll call vote on the first interim, and there will be a roll call vote shortly. So I just want to clarify what actually happened, and again, no ill intent at all. Looking at board priorities, I think, is a valid way to go on in budgets. So boards actually have an opportunity to spend dollars in the way they see fit, not as an individual, but as a board. So that's how I feel about it. Any other discussion? Okay, no other discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
No.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.7, the Carlsbad Unified Teachers Association initial reopeners. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Ms. Megan Arias.
Thank you. Carlsbad Unified Teachers Association and Carlsbad Unified School District negotiated a contract which expires on June 30th, 2025. Both parties have the opportunity to reopen articles for consideration for the 2025-26 school year. CUDA has identified 6 articles to reopen for negotiations. Article 7, the workday, work week, work year. They would like to clarify language regarding advisory, address concerns related to special ed teachers' prep time, address language relating to faculty meetings, and discuss and create language regarding department chair and grade level positions. Article 12 They are interested in negotiating a fair and equitable salary increase. Article 14 for leaves, address language regarding leave categories. Article 17, class size. They would like to formalize language and mitigate class size and caseload challenges. Article 18, employee evaluations, to discuss and revise language regarding evaluations. And Appendix E, to discuss and revise language regarding family care and medical leave. It is respectfully recommended that the Board of Trustees receive CUDS 2025-2026 reopeners for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. This is time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do they have any questions? No questions. May I have a motion to receive the Carlsbad Unified Teachers Association 2025-2026 reopeners for consideration?
Motion.
I'll second.
A motion by Trustee Ward, second by Trustee Emery. Any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbath?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And we now move on to 7.8, item revision of board policy first reading. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you again, President Rawlings, trustees, Superintendent Schmidt. As Carlsbad Unified School District shifts to basic aid funding or community aid funding, staff would like to present a proposed revision to our inter-district policy, which is Board Policy 5117, to align with the new financial framework. The proposed changes include discontinuing the acceptance of non-resident students on transfer permits, ending current agreements with neighboring districts, and retaining enrollment eligibility only for children of staff members under the Allen Bill. These revisions are intended to streamline operations, reduce potential legal challenges, and ensure financial sustainability while maintaining our high educational standards. And I'll turn it back over to President Rawlings for any public comment and as well questions.
Thank you. This time is for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Verbath.
Last year and the previous year, we had a committee that was reviewing the policies. Do we still, I don't know who's on that committee.
That'll be a question for me, I guess.
Yeah.
We do not have that committee. It was an ad hoc committee, so it wasn't a standing committee.
Right.
And it was dissolved when the other committee member was no longer on the board. Now, if the board wanted to revive that committee, we could certainly have that discussion. We could agendize that for discussion, and we could bring it back if we wanted to.
So who made these revisions?
Staff.
Okay, so are they following CSBA guidance, or is this just something that you felt necessary because of the change to basic aid?
Yeah, we worked with our attorneys on this particular board policy, and this is a combination of staff revision as well as feedback from our attorneys.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And then I had a question. You had mentioned that staff members could still have their students come here. Is that in a different policy? Because I didn't see it in this policy.
It's actually enumerated in what's called the Allen Bill, which is a separate education code, is my understanding. And that allows for regular status employees to continue to bring their children in our district.
And what, do we have a separate policy on that? Because it's a separate ed code, or it's just because it's an ed code?
It's a separate ed code, so it allows for it, and so.
But we don't have a policy?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No other questions? May I have a motion to approve Board Policy 5117, approve for the first reading and bypass the second reading?
So moved.
We have a second?
I'll second.
We have a first from Trustee Seosi, second from Trustee Emery. Do we discussion? I just wanted to say on the, as far as the board policies are concerned, that the committee never created the policies either. So it was always it was always from staff, regardless if it was CSBA or if it was from, so when you asked, like, who created the policy, it always came from staff, and oftentimes it was CSBA or staff. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I guess I didn't mean to say who created the policy, who worked on the changes and why. So
Well,
that's
but even the changes and that sort of thing was always done by staff, and then we would review the changes, and then we would suggest other changes or not, and we'd say, okay, and it would be basically it was a way, so there'd be two board members with eyes on it, and then there would either be, we would make revisions that both of us could agree to or not, and then just to save time in the meetings. So we never came up with the big changes to board policy for the most part. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that we weren't doing all that work.
Thank you for explaining that.
Okay, very good. And then, any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Cioce?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verback?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.9, election of 2025 CSBA Region 17 Delegate Assembly candidates. Trustees, this is a discussion action item, and I now hand it over to Rick Schmidt.
Thank you, President Rawlings. Excuse me. Each year, the California School Boards Association, commonly known as CSBA, holds elections for representatives to CSBA's Delegate Assembly, the policymaking body of the California School Boards Association. Each school board may submit a single ballot to CSBA. A memorandum from CSBA dated January 31, 2025 is attached as part of this agenda as Exhibit A. All re-elected and newly elected delegates will serve 2-year terms beginning April 1 of this year, serving through March 31, 2027. The next meeting of the Delegate Assembly takes place on Saturday, May 17, and on Sunday, May 18 of this year. The board may vote for up to the number of seats to be filled in the region or sub-region as indicated on the ballot. There are 6 seats to be filled in our region, Region 17. Accordingly, the board may vote for no more than 6 candidates. Per CSBA, the board may cast no more than 1 vote for any one candidate. The ballot also contains a provision for write-in candidates. Their name and district must be clearly printed in the space provided. I now call upon Board President Rawlings to poll the board to determine support for the 2025 CSBA Regional Delegate Assembly.
Thank you. And this is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? I do have a question. Ms. O'Connell, since you were here many, many years ago.
Are you saying I'm old?
No, I'm not saying that. You're a veteran. You're a veteran.
There you go.
They're seasoned. I like seasoned too. Could you let the trustees know how we used to do it in the past when we had one of our own board members that was either on the ballot or was seeking office with CSBA?
Yeah, I think it was always our past practice, as I recollect, that when one of the trustees on our board was up for delegate assembly, the board would limit their vote to 1 for that individual as to not cast a vote for another individual that may compete with our board member. So we would always submit 1 vote on behalf of the board for the delegate recommendation from among the 5 of you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No other questions? I would like to make a motion, that being said, to select only Trustee Ward for the 2025 California Boards Association Region 17 Delegate Assembly and direct staff to submit the completed ballot to CSBA by the required deadline.
So moved for Beth?
I made the motion, so you a second? Okay, trustee Verbeth is the second, so that's trustee Rawlings for the motion and the second from trustee Verbeth. Any discussion? Yeah, way to stay in the lane. Thank you for the second. And I just wanted to say that, again, thank you. I'm so glad Suzanne was here to clarify that. But it is it has been a practice for many years. And when Claudine Jones was on the CSBA board, I really felt very informed, very attached. She would always bring information back for us. And she represented us well in Carlsbad. So I do think it's a good move to just have Trustee Ward on our ballot to make her chances even better to make that happen.
Yep.
So,
And
trustee Ward.
And I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that for that second as well. I am looking forward, hopefully. I will be a delegate and support public education, be more involved in policy discussions. Bring more
Thank you.
information back to our district.
Excellent, thank you. Any other discussion? And then I just wanted to clarify that that staff knows the procedure and process to make sure that that is completed in a streamlined way, because I think we have to do a write-in instead of, okay. Perfect, thank you. Okay, then, and Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Cioce?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeth?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And so we are at 8.1. We're getting close there. This is the time for trustees to provide a brief report if they've attended committee meetings where they represented the district. Are there any governance team reports? No governance team reports. Thank you. We now move on to item 8.2, trustee requests for information from staff. Trustees, are there any requests for information from staff that have already been discussed with the superintendent and have been recommended to bring to the board? Nope. Okay, and thank you. And then we move on to 8.3, trustee requests for future agenda items. Trustees, are there any requests for future agenda items that have already been discussed with the superintendent and have been recommended to bring to the board? I do have one, and so I'll read this. As a reminder, trustees are prohibited from having a discussion tonight on these items per the Brown Act. When making a request, please indicate the purpose of the request and whether or not staff has provided an estimate of how long the request will take to accomplish. And I have it in my email, so I will. So I would like to request consensus that for the district to, let me step back. So for Measure HH, there was a section put into the resolution when we passed it that states in part, the district which does not currently have a project labor agreement prior to any discussion and/or vote of a resolution to negotiate a project labor agreement shall inform district taxpayers 90 days in advance via public notice of any board discussion and/or vote. So I did have a discussion with our superintendent around this issue, and so I would like to see if I can get consensus to direct staff to provide public notice so the board may have a discussion and/or vote of a project labor agreement. So I'm asking for if we can have consensus. Okay, we have 4 on the consensus. Thank you. And staff is aware on how to do that. So any other requests? No? Okay, then we have that. And it is 9:07, and the regular meeting is now adjourned. Our next regular meeting will take place on April 23, 2025 at 6 p.m. at the Carlsbad Unified School District office.